boys and girls. Good morning. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. It's officially alpha season. Let's go. Welcome in, Kahane. Good to see you all. Yeah. This isn't alpha. Just for reference, this isn't alpha. We will get to alpha. Do not worry. Alrighty. Let's lower the tunes to that much. Let's lower the tunes down to that much, and let's get rocking and rolling. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Hope everybody's well. Hope everybody's nicely refreshed. It is Monday. And boy oh boy do I have some catching up to do. I feel as if I've got a mission table confirmed for Dragonflight. No, we are still technically in retail at the moment. It's Monday. I need to clean out my bags on a bunch of my mission table characters while I let some caffeine kick in, and then we'll take a mosey on over to the alpha and have a little bit of a play about. I have a lot of catching up to do. I feel as if I have like nearly 3 weeks of catching up to do, considering we've been given access to the alpha about what feels like halfway through. Technically tomorrow there will be another new alpha patch, so we need to have a little bit of a play about in the zone that we have access to this week. They're trying to rotate the zones on a weekly basis. I'm sure there'll come a point where they give us access to, you know, play around with all of it, maybe hopefully show us some of the end game stuff soon. But I'm playing catch up, and I also need to now start planning what we do in terms of how much of this information from Dragonflight do we actually sort of, you know, embed as solid knowledge, and which of it do we just sort of think is, well, it's just fluff. We'll take a closer look at it when beta turns up, so we'll see. I got to let this caffeine kick in though. Got to get the coffee on the go first thing this morning. Get a few mission tables sorted and out the way. I need to clean out some bags because they're just full of anima and materials and stuff. Free up some space. If I do this on a Monday, it'll just be easier to keep track of what's going on. But I hope everybody had a good weekend. Hope everybody's chill. I'm going to take a very relaxed attitude to the stream this week. There's probably not going to be too much structure to it, as it's likely to be a lot of me playing catch-up, planning for videos, writing scripts, recording footage. But for the most part, it will be on the alpha at the very least. So get your questions out there. If you're watching the VODs, feel free to use the comment section down below on YouTube. If you're watching live, please say hello. But we'll... why is these simulations going to the moon? If the simulations take that long, we skip. Right, let's get... oh, mission sent. Good, great, excellent, well done. Let's clean out the anima. Clean out the materials. Open all the bags.
My arsenal is yours.
Only 3,000 anima? That doesn't feel like a lot. Alright, fine. Right, give me materials then. Material bag. Material bag. Superior parts. Material bag. I told it to not do veiled augment runes because they're worthless. Alright, whatever. All the loots. Oh, big experience token. Right, there we go. That's made a bit of space. Ooh, do I sell the materials now, or do I wait? I should really sell the materials now, shouldn't I? Let's not mess about. I'm not doing anything with them. Let's not mess about. Let's get them sold. I think these are already all grouped up, so I could do this a bit quicker, but Off you go. Done. Ooh, can we finish maxing out some characters maybe? 10k, 7.5 times 2 is 15, that's 25, 26, 27, 28,000 experience lying about here. Always remember to pick up the Replenish the Reservoir quest, it quickly adds a passive 1600 gold. That's actually quite smart. It will, won't it? That's actually quite smart. See? Knew I'd keep you guys about for a reason. Is that this one? No, that's the Souls one. Replenish the Reservoir, boom. Everything's on the go. I've already sent the companions, so I can't do these. Right, this dude's done. This dude is done. Let's put these down here. Next. Next. What do you think about this combo, blacksmithing and engineering? Well, they both tend to use similar materials. There's not so much benefit anymore, really, to having to putting too much thought into profession pairings. Mainly because that was only really useful when there was lots and lots of bind-on pickup materials kicking about. But at least currently in retail, it makes very little difference, as you can always send things to an alt if needs be. But yes, blacksmithing and engineering tend to use similar materials, so it sort of makes sense to make things a bit cleaner and easier. If you don't want the Veiled Augment runes at all, you have to mark it with an X, otherwise it will be sent. I've also realised that it will also be sent even if it's got an X on it. If you have the button that says, you know, send followers to fail, it will do that even with missions that you've put an X against them. Yeah, so, yeah, that's a good point. In Shadowlands, it makes better sense to have two professions that can use the same crafter's marks. In many cases, Alchemy's crafter's marks are way too expensive to be of any benefit. If you're trying to min-max blacksmithing for the purpose of crafter's marks, weirdly, Alchemy is probably a shout. Because I think alchemists, even still to this day, make cheap crafter's marks. I can't quite remember exactly, but that's also going to depend heavily on the prices of your server and can change at a whim, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Engineering can technically, can it make the new ones? I can't even remember. I genuinely can't even remember. Where's my my cheat sheet? Will have the answers to that one. Oh, that's the API one. I need the dumb one. It's really weird that the second I take my focus off certain markets, my brain just deletes the information. Crafter's Mark comparison sheet. Crafter's Mark of the first ones, Crafter's Mark 4. Yeah, can technically still be made with alchemy and engineering. Although your mileage may vary dependent on which one's the cheapest. Weirdly for Crafter's Mark 4, engineering looks pretty cheap for me. But it's still not anywhere near as cheap as like blacksmithing, for example. Blacksmithing actually has the cheap. Blacksmithing and jewel crafting both have the cheapest at the moment, probably because Pogor is super cheap. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. I kind of can't wait to get to the point where I don't have to tell people to check the prices on their realm, because their prices will be the same as my prices. It'll be much easier to give, like, you know, solid answers. But until that day comes, we will have to wait.
You are seen. I welcome you.
These are all 2 of 2. I might just leave these at 2 of 2. 2 of 2 means, from an anima perspective, it's probably self-sufficient, which is kind of what I'd like it to be. Speak and Spell, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Before we send missions out, let's open all of this stuff. Give me all my loots. Mailbox. Oh, convenient mailbox right next door. Right, off you go. Let's put you down there. Pieces of gear, I'll just vendor them at some point. Right, send missions, go gadget. Do you think it makes sense to prep more than one character per profession for Dragonflight? I wonder if that's going to pay out if you also have a real life job. Until we know until we know what the process is going to be of getting the profession knowledge points, it's, you know, it's a flip of a coin. If getting profession points is limited, but it's quick and easy to do, then sure, you can probably run a few alts without too much time investment. But if there's lengthy weekly quests, or if there's lengthy quest chains, or if there's some sort of grind involved of getting these profession knowledge points, you might then heavily consider not running too many alts from a time investment perspective. We just don't know. We don't know. It could be either or. I've always been an advocate of having access to all of the professions first. If and as and when you already have access to all of the professions, then you can maybe start doubling them up for the, you know, the purpose of optimization. But there's more frequently going to be scenarios where a blacksmith might need something from an alchemist, or a alchemist may need something from a jewel crafter. And being self-sufficient and to be able to log on to an alt and make those things and is probably more of a benefit to you than just saying, right, I'm going to have 4 jewel crafters so I can have 1 in each of the specs. That, especially considering we know that we're going to be able to eventually have all of the specializations on a character, that's just a matter of time. So running multiple alts is still only a short-term advantage. And if it's a short-term advantage that takes hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of your week and maybe prevents you from doing other things, then it's all of a sudden not very much of a bonus. But yeah, until you're planning on running more than 5 alts, I would stick to just making sure that you have one profession at least once on every character. Off to work. Enjoy your day, Derp. Thanks for stopping by, even for 5. Appreciate it. I was thinking of making goblins on all the servers I plan to make gold on, but it looks like they might not have that much of an impact with no flux or arboreal shards in Dragonflight to buy. There will be vendor stuff for sure. There absolutely, definitely will be vendor stuff. The recipes that we see and the materials used in the recipes is still very, very default. In most cases, the recipes just require 1 of every material. On the alpha right now, it's more of an indication to sort of show, right, is this going to be a complex recipe or is this going to be something relatively simple? There is absolutely, definitely going to be something that will come from a vendor that might benefit having goblins, but that's not something you really need to worry too much about, because if you need one, it takes you 3 seconds to make one. So now that you can mail across faction, it's easy game, really. No stress. Goddamn Kirin
that
taking
your wallet?
forever
Are you just glad to see
run
me?
this mission table.
Both, I hope.
Kicking myself for not celebrating you getting Alpha Live.
Thank you very much, my man. Appreciate the prime. Hey, well, we did technically get the alpha on Friday night. There was about 3 minutes of Friday left until it hit midnight. But we did technically get alpha on Friday evening, which is hence why I decided to do a stream on Saturday morning. We don't normally stream on a Saturday, but, you know, we make exceptions when alpha turns up. Today, though, is the first official day. And trust me, once I've quickly fired through some of these mission tables, we will head over there. I'm letting people flow in, and I'm letting some caffeine do its thing, and then we'll head over to the alpha. Because I'm not going to lie, I've got about 3 weeks of catch-up to do. Because tomorrow, they're probably going to launch another alpha phase. So, plus, there may also then be another wave of invites that go out tomorrow. So it'd be nice to see a few more people getting access to it. Your TLDR version is out of date. You might want to update it for faster calculations. Oh, okay. I'll check that out. I don't think I've updated my add-ons for ages, if I'm honest. Oh, we've got 113 animo on this dude. That's not going to be very. That's not going to get us very far, is it? Okay. Let's hope the animo that we've got in our bags, at least for now, lets us do something.
Grey as stone and cheap as stone.
Oh. Apparently we had 8,500 animo in our bags. Okay. Sure. Animal problem solved. TLDR is considerably faster with the latest update. That's fine. I'll update it between streams today. Let's open all of these boxes. Let's grab some materials real quick. Let's put pet charms down here. Gear we'll put over here because we know we're just going to sell it. Did you mention 927 date is undecided and Season 4 is not the same? I already loaded up on cheap mats on many realms. Now watching their price drop further. It's a huge misconception, not just within the gold making scene, but within the entire game of World of Warcraft. Everybody's just put 2 and 2 together and come up with 4, so it's not strictly their fault, but you are right. 9.2.7 is not Season 4, and vice versa. Season 4 kicks off tomorrow. Tomorrow if you play NA, Wednesday if you play EU. But that is not 9.2.7, which is not 9.2.7 is the auction house change. They are not the same thing. They are not one and you know, one is not the other. The update to the auction house is still TBD. There's no date attached to it. They've not even done a stress test on the PTR, which they claimed that they would like to try and do before it goes live. So I don't think 9.2.7 is coming anytime soon. If we get it before Dragonflight, it will be a bonus, but I imagine there's a lot of technical shenanigans going on behind the scenes to even make something like that a reality. So yeah, the TLDR is the auction house is safe for the moment. We're likely to see on materials anyway. Your commodity market's likely to take a small uptick anyway. Your potions, your flasks, your enchants, your gems, that sort of stuff. Food buffs. With Season 4 coming out. Now, I do tend to think that there's so little hype for Season 4, generally speaking. that it might not do too much, but you'll probably able to be selling a few more things than you did last week, at least. Let's put it that way. They said shortly after Season 4, whatever that means in Blizzard timekeeping terms. Yeah, exactly. They've not given a date for it. And like I said, they've not even thoroughly tested it from my perspective anyway. When they announced the auction house merge, they also said that they would like to do a stress test on the PTR at some point, which will be an organised event because they'll want to get as many people on the PTR as possible at one time, all furiously trading materials on the auction house to just basically try and break it. That is going to need to be something that they, plan and organise ahead of time. I can't see how else they could possibly test it, other than running sort of, simulations their end. But even simulations don't necessarily represent what will actually happen when it goes live. It's undoubtedly going to break everything. Every time they make a significant change to the auction house, it breaks something. I will act very cautiously when the change happens. I will make sure that I have nothing on the auction house when the change happens. Cancel all auctions. I will also empty all mailboxes. I do not want the chance for Blizzard to go, whoops, we accidentally deleted everything. Not that I'm holding a lot of inventory at the moment, but, my pets is the one thing that concerns me. After spending nearly 7 million gold on pets in the last month, I would really like to not have those all disappear because Blizzard did a whoopsie. But we'll see. Just push it live, that's the best test. Well, yeah, that worries me, that it won't be properly tested until it does actually go live. Push it to the NA, the beta testers. Thank God for NA realms. When we create PTR alt, does all of the gold go with the alt? Would love the thrill of spending a gold cap to buy out everything on the auction house, even if it's just on the PTR. Yeah, that could be quite funny if they just give everybody a gold cap and give everybody a bag full of materials and just like, right, go, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. Just be crazy. How much liquid gold do you have at the moment? Lots. Lots. Most of my wealth is in liquid gold at the moment. If they break it, the tiers of the transmog sellers would solve the drought issues. All those people that have got 2,000 plus transmog items listed, because that's what a YouTube video told them to do. Yeah, that would cause. I can't help but feel that it will just cause chaos. That it will cause absolute chaos. It's going to be quite funny to see. That's why when they do push it to live, I'm going to be, careful. Going to make sure that I don't put myself at risk. Right. Hopefully I won't have to... We're now getting into the characters that don't really have much of a mission table set up anyway, so these ones should be fired through pretty quick. Plus they're all night... Everything's night fae from here on out, so it's much faster. When does it go live? We don't know. They've not given us a date. 9.2.7 is obviously the next patch. It's only a technical patch, but we don't know. They've not announced. No plan. I don't even think Blizzard have a planned date for it yet, because, like I said, they've not even fully tested it. So, right, finish missions. Right, let's put some gear. We're gonna vendor off. Anything that's going to get vendored. Anything that's going to get vendored. Let's go hand in the anima. don't have a lot of ammo on this character. I'm very tempted, though, to push everything to 2 of 2. Because at that point, it will just make enough anima to cover itself. Nah. Maybe next time. I need a mailbox, though. Where's the nearest mailbox over here? Let's open up some of these. Oh, that's the Stygia thing. That can go down there then. Yeah, for the auction house merger, 9.2.7. There's a massive misconception that that's happening tomorrow, and it's not. It's not anybody's fault for thinking that though, because Blizzard haven't exactly made it clear. But right, materials. Let's get those sent over. Bingo. We could do we need any... All of these guys' followers are reasonable. I'll save these for boosting new tunes. Right, calculate. Go gadget. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it a couple of weeks before 10.0, so that if anything does go wrong, it'll only be 2 weeks from expansion. Yeah, it's one of those things that, given the choice, they wouldn't do during Shadowlands, because it's really going to bend everything into a weird shape for a while. But there's also the risk of doing it too close to 10.0 and then that being something else that they need to fix. I'm quite sure launching an expansion comes with its own problems. Something that they probably want to minimize the amount of, you know, stuff going wrong in and around a launch of an expansion. I would imagine the devs and the technicians will be busy enough as it is keeping servers online and, you know, all of that sort of stuff. We'll see though. Could be fun. Come on, Nightfare, you're meant to be fast. You're meant to zoom. I need to limit these calculations. Or, I know, update the add-on. Either way. Oh, my game's lagging really hard while it's running these sims, though. My FPS does not like it. We've got like 3 FPS in game. Oh dear. OBS doesn't like it either. OBS thinks my computer's dying when it does it. There we go. I believe the creator is hard-coded in winning teams to the add-on now, so no calculations need to even happen. Oh, that's quite clever. Yeah, okay, let me load up CurseForge then. If people claim that the new version's super duper speedies before we load into the next character. If I shouldn't need to close the client. Being logged out should be enough. I think. Yeah, sure, excellent, great. Update all, go. Last refreshed 33 days ago. Alright, it's been a little while since I've updated add-ons. It's thinking. Why is it thinking? Stop thinking and start doing. Is it on the list? TLDR missions.
Hello there.
Why does it say TLDR missions is modified? I've not modified it. Ryan, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Is this going to do a thing? Didn't I just press update all? Go. What's going on? Why is everything running so slow? Why is everything running so slow? Everything's running slow because my PC is old. That's probably why. That's probably why. Google Chrome, for some reason, is still taking 20% of my CPU usage, whilst it's doing practically nothing. Oh, Lord. Okay. It might be time for a PC upgrade before Dragonflight goes live, you know. It might be time. It might be time to update the hardware. If we're going to go into a new expansion, we'll see how the alpha is like super duper mega not optimized yet. I was getting like 30 FPS in the alpha the other day, so that's clearly not been optimized in any way, shape or form. But it worries me greatly that we'll my PC might start, you know, stuttering along very slowly. Right, there we go. TLDR missions done its thing. Where it was around here somewhere. Claims modified. Why is it claim modified? Last updated 28th of the 4th. No, fucking just update, bitch. Alright, there we go. I've actually never seen an ad in the Curse Forge app. Well, here you go. Have some ads. They do show ads. Mine is 6 years old now and I'm contemplating a new PC. Yeah. Well, I bought a new graphics card. I don't know. Jesus, Nick. When did I buy that graphics card? Jesus, I might have bought that graphics card nearly a year ago now. It's a 3060 Ti. It's not anything super fancy, but my graphics card is fine. My graphics card will do just fine. I just need to replace the motherboard and the CPU. But the problem is the motherboard. If I replace the motherboard, I'll replace the CPU. That's a given. But if I change both of those, I'll probably need to upgrade my RAM. Because if I'm going to do it, I might as well go DDR5. If I'm going to then upgrade the RAM, it will probably mean I'll spend more on the motherboard to be able to do that, which in turn then means it will be PCI Gen 4, meaning I should probably update my boot drive to something that's PCI Gen 4 at least compatible. So the reality of it becomes very quickly that I will end up replacing everything apart from the graphics card. So it's not going to be a simple little upgrade. It's going to be basically a complete rebuild. But before an expansion comes out, that might be the time to... Did it? Whoa, 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 that was speedy. Why is the button here now? What's this button here for? Let's go hand in some of the... Oh! Haha! I'm going to have a real goblin problem on this character. Can anybody work out what the goblin problem is going to be? What's going to be the goblin problem on this character when it comes to running mission tables? Gold cap incoming, yeah. A real goblin problem. Oh no, I've got too much gold. What can I do with it? That's quite funny. Wipes tears away with gold, yeah. Right, let's maybe send a mill or so over to bank character. Along with some materials. If I ever make 1,000,000 gold on this character from the mission table, it'll be an impressive day. It's because this character actually was the one that was sat at the black market auction house and was sat there with a gold cap ready to buy a Bruto, but it never happened. So we saying this is super speedy now? I mean, it is Night Fae and it's only basic mission, so I can't see it getting much faster than that anyway. Done. Nice. Log out. Others in my guild don't seem to understand how annoying the gold cap is. Why can I only have 10 million gold on a character? Come on, Blizz. What's that in, like, USD? If you were to convert that, if you play NA and you've got a gold cap on a character, what is that actually in USD value? That's still a sizable amount of like real life money. Didn't we work out a gold cap is something like $400 US? It's probably more than that, right? What's it? What's the token in the NA right now? 200k? If you got a 200k token, let's work this out real quick. $650-ish. Is that what it is? That starts to sound about right. Well, if it's 20 bucks for... Is it $20 for a token? On the NA? And it's 200,000 gold, so every million is $100. So it's 1,000 USD, right? But then that's going to be pre-tax. Is it $20 or $25 for a token on the NA? I can't remember. 15? No, not the amount that you get balance-wise. I'm talking about if you were to take your credit card out your pocket and buy a token in the NA. 20 to buy, 15 balance. So if you wanted to buy a gold cap, you'd be spending 20 bucks for every 200k. That's a nice round $100 per million gold. So $1,000 pre-tax, I assume, is the way it works over in the NA. $1,000 pre-tax for a gold cap. I forgot to send these materials away, didn't I? That's the whole reason I was doing this. Give me a mailbox. EU getting ripped off, €20 cost, but then you only get €13 back. Yeah, I've always wondered that. Why do we only get 13 instead of 17? But then, I guess it might have something to do with the fact that in most EU countries, when they state that it costs you €20, that's €20 including the tax. In America, you have to add the tax on top. So although it's $20 to buy, you then have to pay tax on top of that. So in most American states, you're probably actually spending like I don't know, quick maths, 22, 23 euros for each dollars for each token, I guess. But I'm no accountant, so. Right, one last dude to quickly sort the mission table on, and then we'll head over to the alpha. I had no idea that was a thing, never even bought gold. Well, the only reason I'd know is because I've seen, you know, Hickons occasionally posts his like Battle.net account thing where it shows what he's bought, and all of the numbers are like not nice round even numbers. They're all like weird, like 22.56 or something, because obviously the price they advertise is the price pre-tax, because the tax rates are then different in every single state, is I believe the way that it works. I'm sure some NA veteran can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm out of... yeah, I'm not going to start farming souls and stuff for this. It's not going to happen. We've got other materials in here. There we go. And probably all of those. All of those. That looks like most of the materials now. Why are you not picking replenish the reservoir for an extra 1600 gold? Because I don't get it on this character yet. The quest is not there to take. I don't know why. It would be given to me from this fella, and this fella does not give me the quest. Is it this thing? Oh, it's this fella. Well, I'm not renowned capped either, so... you missed it on all the alts already. Either way. It's fine. It will take me at this rate 17 weeks before I'll even get it, so... How many 1600s have you missed? Probably not that many, because I don't have many renowned capped characters. Especially renowned capped alts. Definitely don't have many of those. I mean, look at my followers, for example. You know, they're all a bit scuffed. Why is this grayed out? I don't know. Right, that'll do. That'll do. Alrighty, that's about all I can be bothered to do with on this account. I think it's time to head over to the alpha, you know. Let's get the alpha up and running. Where's it gone? There it is. Go. These days your character's renowned capped before you even hit 60. Yes, assuming that I'd leveled that character recently. You know, I've been leveling characters throughout the expansion. Half of them dinged 60 with, like, no renown. I can then put the boost on them. They're still 20 renown away. Right, I was actually playing around. I was actually leveling my hunter yesterday. Not yesterday, day before. I unlocked dragon riding, which is quite cool. I'm slowly getting to understand the pacing and the way that this. Well, I believe this is the first zone, right? This makes a lot of sense to me that this is the first zone we get into. We land in the Waking Shores by the looks of things. Now, I can't necessarily claim that this stream will be 100% spoilerific, because your definition of spoilers probably differs to mine. If you're watching a live stream of somebody playing the alpha, you have to expect spoilers. There's my disclaimer. I will obviously do my best to avoid like story related spoilers, but I can't guarantee anything. Why my graphics look terrible? Oh. I was about to say my graphics look terrible. My graphics are on 10. Alright, sure. Right. So, we picked up dragon riding. We did a few bits and pieces. Yes, I've leveled to 61, which will also help with playing around with the professions. We're nearly 62 as well, actually. We'll finish leveling jewel crafting. We'll just zerg jewel crafting to max now. There's really not much else we can do other than just, you know, cheese it to prospect a bunch of stuff to cheese it to 100 now. We can press these buttons every day, though. Oh, no, these are still on a 21-hour cooldown still. I forget, these are not daily cooldowns. These are 3-day cooldowns, which is doubly gross. I guess it's kind of... I would rather it be a 3-day cooldown, but if it's going to be a 3-day cooldown, I would prefer it give you 3 charges. So at least that way you can press the button technically every day if you want. But if you can't, if you're not able to log in every day, then maybe, you know, allow me to generate some charges so I can log in once every 3 days and then press the button 3 times. Would be a nicer way of doing it, but sure. Is there an auction house on the alpha? And if so, how do Blizzard list the quality of materials? Good question. Good question. I've not thought about that. I've not thought about that at all. Why is it blinking that we can unlock this now? Oh. Stealth changes. That wasn't a thing the other day. I need some more knowledge. Give me some more knowledge. Where's me book that just gives me more knowledge? I've lost it. Is it this thing? Here we go. Faceting. Improve at cutting gems, gaining +1 crafting skill for all gems cut per point in the specialization. We gain +5 inspiration. We get to then learn a sub-spec after 10 points. We get resourcefulness after 15 points. We can learn a second spec after 20 points. Some multi-crafting at 25. We can learn a third sub-spec after 30 points. And we get the ability to use the polishing cloth finishing reagent. We get some crafting bonus at 35 points, and finally the last sub-spec, and it will increase the speed in which you cut gems by the time you've maxed this one out. So let's claim all of those bonuses real quick then. Yoink. When we then spec into each different gem colour, for example, they're splitting up the gems by the... Gems are being, we have rudimentary gems, basic bit gems that you'll make very quickly and easily early on. Most of these will come through leveling in some way, shape or form. Interesting that some of them are using elements, air, frost, fire and earth, yet then the solid one doesn't. I guess it's because it's stamina, right? If you want main stats in any way, shape or form, verse, mastery, crit, haste, verse, crit, haste. If you want a mixture of secondary stats, these are going to be more expensive, or you can just stack stamina and they're going to be relatively cheap, just the cost of the gem. But then the main gems that you're going to use on a regular basis is categorized by air, earth, fire, and frost. Air, earth, fire, and frost. These are then going to use a combination of elements plus a gem. And will give you... Usually air will give you haste in all regards. And then you choose what you want to stack haste with. Haste with something else, or you can get double haste with the quick assembled. These are going to be one of the most popular gems, I can guarantee, at the start of the expansion. Quick assemble, because everybody stacks haste at the beginning of an expansion, almost for sure. Double mastery, mastery haste, mastery stam, mastery crit, mastery verse, and so on. I think you get the point by this point, you know. Air gems, earth gems, fire gems, frost gems. So if you want to spec into air gems to begin with, we're going to get an improvement to cutting gems that use the air, gaining 1 crafting skill for all air cuts per point in the spec. Plus 5 crafting skill whilst using air gems after 5 points. Learn a specialization air cut of your choice. Now this is something where me zerging on the alpha and learning all of the recipes ahead of time, if it were like was a bit cheaty, you realistically should actually get to pick a gem cut at this point. Crafting skill with plus 5, learn another gem, crafting skill plus 5. You now may add Wisps of Tear to improve the quality of your air gems. Wisps of Tear is like a buff, a crafting buff item, which is crafted in amongst of itself, so it will be quite costly, but it will give you a Wisps of Tear, I think, is a plus 30 to your crafting skill when used. Plus crafting skill again at 35 points, and then finally, when you max this out, we'll teach you how to cut the illimited diamonds with air essences to create a fierce illimited diamond. So you'd have to spec all the way into this, slowly learning cuts as you do it, and then eventually learning how to make the epic version of it, which is called the Primalist Gems. The Primalist Gems, there's 1 Primalist Gem for each category, so 1 for frost, 1 for fire, 1 for earth, 1 for air. So there only appears to be four big boy epic gems which use the diamonds. Think of these as like, you know, meta gems or prismatic gems from the past. These are unique equip though. You're only going to be able to put 1 of these in your gear. Plus 14 primary stat, and then plus crit, plus 14 primary stat or verse, plus 14 primary stat or mastery, plus 14 primary stat plus haste. This is equally going to be the one that I think will be the big ticket to begin with, because everybody wants haste. These are going to use quite expensive elements. The awakened ones take 10 of the basic one. You combine 10 what they called 10 rousing makes 1 awakened. They're going to use artisan's metal, so even when you unlock this, you are going to be somewhat limited to how many of these you can craft. They of course take the diamonds themselves, which are a rare chance from prospecting, and then obviously a rare gem of the relevant style to go with. With a recipe difficulty of 325, you are going to have to do some work to be able to make top tier quality ones of these. 16 primary stat and 14 haste for a tier 2. 20 primary stat and 18 haste, so there's quite a jump in a plus 4 primary stat and plus 4 secondary stat by the time you get the top tier ones. This is where you might, even once you've leveled up, you know, even once you've maxed out, there's only 30 possible points that can still be obtained by leveling the profession. That's going to put you at so let's say it's 250, you'd end up at 280. You're still like 50 points away from being able to actually guarantee that you can make the top quality ones, even once we've spec'd into it here, right? Even once we've fully spec'd into this one. We're also fully spec'd out everywhere else. So if you want to make the best of the best quality gems, you are going to have to do a little bit of everything. You're going to need to then throw in... probably going to need to throw in this finishing reagent, which is the Wisp of Tyr. Which, like we said, increases your crafting skill by 30. That's going to push you much closer to this magical 325 number. I don't have any of these at the moment to test with, unfortunately. And then you'll probably want to use a polishing reagent as well. Smooth away rough edges, gaining 6 resourcefulness and 3 inspiration, 8 resourcefulness and 4 inspiration, 10 resourcefulness and 5 inspiration. Oh, this is the one you're probably going to want. Plus 3 bonus crafting skill from inspiration. Plus 4, plus 5 bonus. You're then going to need to stack, presumably, inspiration or something on these. I don't think there's enough ways currently to guarantee a max quality craft of these. I can't think of any combination of stuff that you could possibly do. Because the profession tools aren't going to give you raw crafting skill. They're only going to give you these secondary stats. These crafting stats. Because this is maxed out. This is maxed out. I'm going to need a bunch more, aren't I? Because there's 40 points in each one of these. I need like 40, 80, 120 points, I suppose. I presume the leveling up for this is about the same. Crafting skill when cutting earth gems. Learn a cut. Crafting skill when cutting more earth gems. Learn another cut. More crafting skill when cutting earth gems. Now you can use the Wisp of Tyr to improve the quality. Now you can craft with more skill when cutting earth gems. And then finally, once again, the limited diamond. Have you looked at the impact of racials on the new crafting? Not yet. We will test that out. We'll make a Tauren or is it Tauren? Draenei? We'll make a Draenei and level jewel crafting on them just to see how much of a difference it might make. That's kind of that's min-maxy stuff though. Min-maxy stuff I'll probably do when we have access to the beta. I don't think min-maxy stuff is worth like, because all of this is likely to change anyway. Min-maxy stuff we'll do later. I'm more interested at the moment just to see how the leveling path is going to go and how the specializations affect the way that you level. And then once everything's a little bit more finalized, then we can start min-maxing and trying to do what we do. Right, there's literally everything. If you have gone hardcore balls to the wall, this is your end of expansion potentially set up. Of having literally everything unlocked here. You can see now... Oh, okay. Now our crafting skill... I think this is bust. I think this is broken. This is only meant to... Oh, because you use frost order... Oh. Okay, that's interesting. That's doing things that it doesn't necessarily claim it should. These state that they only give you crafting skill when cutting frost gems, but they also seem to be applying crafting skill even when you are not doing frost gems. So something's a little bit broken here, but it means at this point, right, the tooltips don't line up with what's actually happening. But you've got now more crafting skill than the recipe difficulty by some way, meaning that you are going to guarantee crafting the top tier stuff. I don't have many diamonds to check what of an impact high quality or low quality diamonds have. And these also don't seem to function as they correctly should. Have you gone through the blacksmithing tree yet? Not yet, no. We've got quite a lot of catching up to do in the next few days. We'll probably spend a lot of time in the professions. As obviously we didn't have access to the alpha for a couple of weeks, and so the early professions, alchemy, blacksmithing, cooking, there's a few we haven't really taken a look at at all yet. I even found fishing the other day. We might need to spend a bit of time fishing just to see what's going on with fishing. Fishing doesn't seem to have any specialization or anything to it at the moment, but I'm not entirely sure I was meant to actually be able to get fishing. I don't think it's been added yet. Right, okay. So we can zerg that out, we can max that out now. What I probably want to do, considering there's a good chance that tomorrow they will change the zone that we have access to playing in, is I kind of want to play through the Waking Shores a little bit more, just to be able to see it and see how it plays. For reference, I'm about an hour or so in, I reckon, to the zone. I think they're trying to pace it, so there's a good 8 to 10 hours of like leveling playthrough in the zones themselves. It's going to be a bit weird for the stream though, because we're obviously the aesthetics are not going to look as nice as they should do, because it's the middle of the night. Realm time, it's 2 AM, even though it's local time. This is going to be a bit of an annoyance for me actually, for recording footage if it's always dark when I try to record footage. I'm going to have to record my footage in the evening when it's technically daytime. Alright. I tell you what, dragon riding is quite fun. The problem with dragon riding is though, is that if you cannot maintain a high FPS, you're going to have a bad time with dragon riding. Because your frame rate has the tendency to dip very aggressively when you're dragon riding. Especially when you start swooping and moving faster. All the more reason to maybe buy a new computer before Dragonflight. Isn't there a toy to change daytime? Maybe, but I probably will not have it on the alpha. Because you don't have your full collection of stuff, don't forget. Yeah, I have no toys. We don't have the ability to pull in our retail characters, unfortunately. What do we need here? Some milky coneflower, a filled pool vial. Some of these. One more. And then I guess we just press the button here, right? There we go, filling vial. Boom. Right, now where are we off to? I'm even trying to play around with all the side quests and stuff rather than just the campaign things. Yeah, it's not quite PTR time yet. We're testing within the restraints that Blizzard allows us, so... Do we not have music in the zones yet? Audio, music is enabled. Music will probably kick back in a minute. Oh, we're going to be 62 as well soon. I think 62 is the limit on the alpha at the moment. Now, how do we get back up here? I think if we go in this building... Oh, no, hang on. Who are you? You're a ferry fella. This zone's really vertical. This is a perfect zone for testing out your dragon riding. Because there's lots of tall things to jump off. And lots of places to swoop. Luckily, there's these dragons that will ferry you up to the higher areas.
How are you? See you
Gather
around.
his pouch. So now we have our first reagent bag. A massive, monstrous 26 slot reagent bag. Massive. 26 slot reagent bag. Yay! How's that going to make a difference when I've got 7 million different versions of gems and qualities and all? Look at all of the reagents I've got up here. 26 slot reagent bag. What a joke. What an absolute joke. So you can't normal fly at the moment? No, not currently. No flying on the alpha currently. They're giving us an extra bag slot that's for reagents, yet will not even hold half of the reagents that I'm going to acquire from even one of the professions. How can I constructively put the feedback to that a 26 slot reagent bag is basically a kick in the teeth? Ridiculously small. Is that limited to a special profession or just general, like the bank tab? I believe it's just like the bank tabs. You know, if it's got less physical slots in it than your regular bags, it's like at that point, why bother? An embroidered deep sea bag is what we get given by default, which are 32 slot bags. Why would you want a reagent bag at only 26 slots? And this last slot is limited to only reagent bags. So it's like they tried to give us an extra bag, but it's a bag that's smaller than our regular. It's just dumb. Like, Blizzard, for the love of God, if you give us a reagent bag, don't fucking half a job it. Give us 100 slot, 1,000 slot, an unlimited slot bag for reagents. I don't know. Technically, it's more slots than you had before. I mean, yeah, technically, it's 26 slots more than I had previously. But considering there's 3 times the amount of materials that there was previously as well. Jewel crafting alone, look at the amount of materials that we have in our bags currently, just for jewel crafting alone. That's one profession. 3 different variations of each gem. There's 5 different colours of gems, so that's 15 times 2 is 30. There we go. I can't even fit all of my gems in the one bag. With the new stack sizes, it will contain a lot. That's not the point, though. That's not the point. The fact that things stack to 1,000 doesn't matter. That's not the point. It's the fact that you can have one fish take an entire slot, and that's one slot done. Whether you have one fish or 1,000 fish, it still takes one slot. The stack size makes virtually no difference. There is 30 basic gems I might want to have available to me. 30 basic gems, you know, 5 of each colour, 5 different colours, 3 different qualities, 2 different rarities. Early rant incoming. It just feels annoying. They were like, yeah, by the way, we're going to make it so that all of these reagents go in their own bag. But we're going to give you a bag that's pitifully small. Smaller than a regular bag would be in the first place. It's just like... anyway. I have questions about crafting. How do I decide which reagents to use when crafting? Oh, this dude is Blizzard's way of trying to teach you what's going on with a new crafting system. What's he got to say then? That's an excellent question. For me, when I'm just trying to create something and I don't care about its quality, I use the lowest quality reagents I have, since they're easier to gather. But when I'm trying to make the best quality items, I use the highest quality reagents. Okay? How do I get better at a recipe? I get this question a lot. Many crafters think that the best way to get better at a recipe is to keep crafting it. Far from it. The best way to improve your craft is to make recipes you've never tried before. Making higher quality items also hones your craft. The higher the quality, the better the chance you have of learning from the experience. In truth, the only way to get better at specific recipes is to specialize. Wow, that's really ambiguous. That actually goes to aid more confusion than anything else. The higher the quality, the better the chance you have of learning from the experience. See, they really shouldn't use the word quality here, because what they actually mean by that... You can't do that right now? Why can I not do that right now? Oh, is it because I'm on the back of a dragon? What they should really be saying is you should be using rarer patterns. This is a rarity system, not a quality system.
Hello.
So that actually goes to make it more confusing. What is recipe difficulty? When we artisans talk about a difficult recipe, we mean the difficulty relative to your total skill. Your skill is more than your experience as a professional. It's also the gear you use, the choice of reagents, and how you specialize. All of these influence your total crafting skill. If your total skill meets the difficulty of a recipe, you have a good chance of making it at high quality. That's their attempt to try and explain what this business is over here. I don't know how to help you. Go to Manthus on YouTube. That'll do. That'll do. Want to buy Reagent Bank double expander for gold cap? Oh, I would spend so much money on bag spaces if it was actually sensible. 26 slots, the one you get from the quest vendor. There might be bigger ones later on. Oh, there probably will be, but you know full well that if they're starting you off with a 26 slot bag, it's not going to get much bigger than maybe 36 slots. How do I make something high quality? Making a high quality craft requires, as you might expect, a skilled crafter and high quality reagents. Your gear is also important, as is your specialization as a crafter. How do I gather high quality reagents? As you become a more skilled gatherer, you'll tend to gather reagents at higher qualities. Finding good reagents is not a matter of luck. It is simply experience. Good. Good. I hope that actually ends up being true. I hope that actually ends up being true. Right, what's his next quest though? To give one's heart. Now that we've had the elemental essence gathered, do you think you could put them in this bottle? It's a simple recipe. Use my crafting table here to make it the same way you'd craft any other recipe. If you lost the reagents, you can always get more from the elementals. Use Thomas's crafting table to craft a heart in a bottle at 3-star to be a gift for Miguel. You'll be able to choose one of these following rewards. So they're actually going to give you tier 3 quality materials on a quest. Okay.
Have a good one.
Sure. New recipe, heart in a bottle. Thomas's empty bottle. Fiery spirit. So we need a crafting recipe difficulty of 60, crafting skill of 70, crafting skill of 85. Use only the good stuff. There we go. 145. Easy source. There's Miguel's gift.
Hey there.
Wonderful. Looks amazing. Thank you. You know, making high quality crafting takes more than your skill as a crafter and the quality of the agents you use. It's also about the difficulty of the craft, the inspiration you find, and how you specialize in your craft. Yeah, I understand. Excellent. Now then, I know you've asked a lot already, but would you be so kind to deliver the gift to Miguel?
See you around.
Alright, sure. Was that a ka-ching sneeze? Something like that. Where's Miguel? Is that you?
King's honor, friend.
Miguel Bright, the Artisan Consortium fella. Have a gift. Do we want some Hockenbloom, some Tiravite ore, or some Resilient Leather? It's nice that they give you the choice of this. This also means that there's a very, very strong likelihood that in day one, there'll be a large influx of these 3 items on the auction house at this quality. This might be a little bit of a cash cow quest for some. I'll choose a reward. Well, we'll take the ore for now.
Go with honor, friend. Greetings.
Professionally equipped. I say I heard that you're working as an artisan as well. We'd like to get you equipped with some profession gear free of charge. That's what business partners are for. Go talk to our tailor to get fitted. You'll be able to choose one of these rewards. A jeweler's tool apron or a wilder cloth fishing cap. Resourcefulness and crafting speed. Item level 317. That sounds abnormally high. Item level 317. We're only item level 189. Okay, sure. Yoink. Hello?
Well met. Be careful.
Where do we take that? Over this way. And this is all in the very first zone, by the way. So this is Blizzard's efforts to try and, you know, teach people about how this new crafting system's going to work. Of course. Just a few quick measurements. Do you know your shoe size? I don't need new shoes. Small shoes for crafting? Do you now or will you ever have wings? Do I look like a dragon to you? How do you prefer to do work? I do whatever makes the most gold. I close my eyes and magic happens. Every touch is gentle and sensual. My creations must feel my warm caress. Every creation is unique. It depends on who and why I am crafting. I wait until it comes to me. I do whatever makes the most gold. All of the gold. Craft me a piece of equipment.
Places of the earth.
Are you done yet? Be sure to inspect it afterwards. This is not the kind of battle armor you're used to. An artisan's equipment is suited for the needs of crafters and gatherers.
What has the wind brought?
Let's take the jeweler's tool apron. Resourcefulness and crafting speed.
Ride the winds.
Where'd it go? Here it is. Now, it doesn't actually show us where that equips. No, I was also hoping it would show something on this, but apparently it doesn't. It's only going to show up here now. It did nothing to adjust our actual item level either, so that doesn't really matter. But plus 20 resourcefulness and plus 29 crafting speed. So now we can see all four of the secondary, like the crafting stats: inspiration, resourcefulness, crafting speed, and multi-craft. 1% chance of multi-craft on prospecting, 7% crafting speed, 6.7% chance to use fewer tradable reagents, 5.5% chance to craft this recipe with a bonus 55 crafting skill. What you can very clearly see is that inspiration becomes super useless once you are, once you're at the point where you've specced enough into a certain area. Inspiration actually becomes a dead stat to you because you're guaranteed to craft nearly everything at a higher rate anyway. Here it's still a benefit though. We still only have 250 crafting skill, 70 naturally, 180 from the Spec Trees. So inspiration still will have an effect here. Resourcefulness is going to be a big stat. Yeah, I think I agree. Resourcefulness is going to be one you're going to want to focus on. Because if 10% of the time you use less materials, that's just straight, more things that you can craft, right? But you can see at this point, nearly everything. By the time this is actually leveled to 100, that'll be plus 30 points. That'll be 280 crafting skill, almost by default. 275 is the recipe difficulty for a lot of things. You can see, yeah, we are virtually never in a position now, once you have maxed out your profession, to ever need to use inspiration for most things. You're going to use inspiration then presumably only on these. No, even on these you're going to have maybe the top end gear. I think this crafting skill bonuses is broken. I think it's applying stuff that shouldn't be a thing. Wasn't finesse a stat too? I think there's finesse and perception, which I think are going to be the gathering stats. Finesse, I think, is going to be used for like skinning, for example. That it will improve your, I don't know, maybe the yield or the quality of what you skin. There's perception as well, which I imagine goes to, I don't know, either increase the range that you can spot materials on your minimap or something. We don't have gathering to test yet, so. Yeah, nearly anything that has, at this point, nearly anything that has any sort of quality attached to it, we're nearly guaranteed to make top quality stuff. Can only certain items go up to the pentagold quality? Well, that's what's referred to as quality 5. You tend to find that most things go up to quality 3. Gear will go up to quality 5. So there's three levels of quality for most things. If it's a piece of gear, though, it might go up to 5. So even the epic gems, for example, those only go up to quality 3. But your items that you can equip have 5 quality levels. Alright, fine. What's next then? Oh, that was the end of that little quest chain. Okay, so it's all about giving us a little taste of what crafting is about. Okay. What's that about? Why is there a bronze timekeeper? What's this about? Oh, that's an indicator that there's a race. Ah, these are for the dragon races. Oh, hang on. Can we get up there, please? Enjoyed your time at the life shrine. Would you like some excitement and flight practice at the same time? This course is the Ruby Life Shrine loop. The allowed abilities are Surge Forward and Skyward Ascend. Let's try the course. Ready, set, go. Hey, this is cool. Oh no, I hit a tree. Oh, I scuffed it. Super speed. Just like Spyro. Yeah. And finished. Boom. Bronze? Bronze? Ah, shocking. Okay, well this will obviously give you some sort of ranking, I guess. You know for a fact there'll be like boatloads of achievements for hitting gold on all of these. Can't be gold since you hit that tree. Well, that's true. We did stack it into a tree at one point, so I guess that kind of makes sense. Right, is this... Oh, there's another side quest over there. I'd rather do the side quests where they're available before we go too far. Because it tends to be the side quests where it tries to teach you stuff. A ruby life calling. Participate in the life calling ceremony at the ruby shrine. Alright, sure. Accept this calling. I promise to care for the garden of the life pools as best I can. Okay. Jar of fireflies? What is all of this about? Please don't be another Tiller's farm. Oh! Ding 62. Check me out. Mad skills. These are all the 40k Andys that are worried about callings. They could be. Nursery direction. Garden party. Meet me down in the garden by the pools where her bones rest. I'll explain more there. Meet Drac Ross in the overflowing rapids. Okay, some little side quests to do. Let's do some side quests then. Evokers have a perception passive, so you can just look at that to see exactly what it is. I think it's a detection range on nodes and then quality of the gathered materials. Oh, there we go. That sort of makes sense then. What's going on in there? Heal 8 injured Hornstriders. And kill 12 water elementals. How's BM feeling? Not much different to what I would expect BM to feel like. I still think at level 62, you're realistically not doing much more than what you'd expect to do in Shadowlands anyway. I must admit, some of the talent choices does fit. Oh, have we bust it? I think we broke it. Lag spike. I think we broke it. Oh, disconnected. Yay. Let's try that again, shall we? Matthew's got access, congrats. I did. It came in late on Friday. Have you tried the full pet build? I've not played around with the actual class much at all yet, if I'm honest. I threw together a very quick, simple build just to be able to go out and, you know, do a bit of play, a bit of testing of the zone. I'm not really going too deep into the classes and the specs because I'm very aware all of that is going to heavily change by the time we get much further into this. I just needed a basic build that does its thing. I hope they add more of the changes they're doing to the UI in the next patch. Yeah, the UI adjustment is still very, very simple. Like, there's so many elements that can't be moved about at the moment. Even when you go in edit mode, like, literally you can adjust basically nothing at this point. In theory, all of this map and everything should be, you know, you should be able to click on it and move it. But at the moment, not so much. It's very much work in progress. Right, how are we helping you? I was assuming I'd have a button to help you. Layer on thick to soothe the wounds, alright. Are you being saved? Or are we effed again? Oh, we've effed again. This quest feels a little bit broken. This feels a little bit broken. What's your feelings for the new profession stuff so far? Really like it. Really like it. So far, the profession stuff feels like a like the time and the effort and the devotion that professions have so needed for many years at this point. It does feel like it's going to be quite fun to try and work through to begin with. My concern, if I'm to have one concern with the professions, is they very, very carefully... Okay, it's pushed us right back to here. It's not recording any of our progress on these missions. The professions do... I do kind of worry about the quality system. This quality system requires significant amount of balancing, which worries me that Blizzard won't do. And if they don't get the balance on it quite right, it will undermine the reason for having quality in the first place. Because if you can too easily use just tier 1 quality materials to make the best stuff, then you're never going to bother using tier 2 and tier 3, because why would you? And then it gets into a weird scenario where if everybody is using tier 1 components and can make everything using tier 1 components efficiently, you know, any tier 3 components then going to end up being cheaper than tier 1 components to use. So then you'd go back to using tier 3 components, and by that point they might as well all just be the same thing again. yeah, they do very carefully need to balance this quality system. If they don't get it right, the whole system becomes pointless very quickly. Very quickly. For example, now I know this is an extreme example, but by the time that we have maxed out our specs, which is presumably going to take quite a while, there is almost no reason to ever use anything more than tier 1 quality for basically crafting anything. You will never need to use more than tier 1 quality stuff, which basically means tier 2 and tier 3 is just pointless. I like the fact that there's that sort of that feeling of expertise that as and when you become better within a profession, you then don't rely on the higher quality materials. But I don't think it should ever get to the point where you can make the best quality stuff using the basic materials. I think you should always have to at least use the mid-tier stuff, if not the best quality stuff, you know. It then gives inherent value to each quality if they're used by different people at different times. If everybody just ends up being able to use tier 1 quality, then there's no point there even being a tier 2 and tier 3. The minimap looks nice and clean. It does, actually. This is quite a nice little thing. You got little zoom in, zoom outs. Obviously, time will tell how it ends up looking when it gets plastered with little icons and stupid add-on things all over the place. But if you keep it clean and tidy, it does its job. I'll try this one quest once more. If it continues to break on us every time we do it, then we might try something else. If we get disconnected a third time, we might just ignore this one for now. Let me try and kill a thing, and then let's see if we can loot it. You gonna let me loot this time? Okay, you let me loot this time. I think a reasonable thing would be that you would need less of a rank 3 material than a rank 1 or 2 in order to craft items. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge for them to balance it. Because there's probably the way that it's been implemented so far. Yeah, I don't know what the solution is, but it initially looks quite obvious to me that they need to balance it very carefully. And call me crazy, but I tend not to have too much trust in Blizzard's ability to balance things. Especially professions to which they've never really felt the need to balance ever before anyway. We'll see. But from a gameplay perspective, they look really fun. I'm just, you know, I'm min-maxing here. So why doesn't the gatherer pouch not join as a whole bag? Yeah, I don't know. It shows it's a separate one. We need more things to rescue.
I'm out of range.
Did they remove the level 65 skip? This week I think your characters are capped at 62. Because they don't want people to out-level the main zone that they're trying to test. I'm gonna die here if I'm not careful. This, by my understandings, though, is the first zone. So this is going to be where you're first going to be introduced to Dragonflight. And so far, I'm relatively impressed with it. The zone looks really nice. A remarkable change from the dreary more. Although Zereth Mortis, I suppose you could argue, is from a graphical perspective a little bit nicer to look at. But this zone's really cool. I like this zone so far. The fact that you get access to dragon riding in this zone within about an hour of play is going to be a good zone for people to test zipping about on their dragon. Lots of caverns to work through, lots of trees to try and not hit. I'm dead. I'm not paying any attention to what I'm doing. Interestingly, we don't have actual proper flying in the zone, but if you die, you can fly around the whole thing. Sure, the area is in grayscale while you do it, but you can kind of get to see the landscape a little bit. Lots of different layers, lots of different elevation in this zone. Very clearly designed to give people the opportunity to play around with dragon riding. My pet's really struggling to hold aggro, and it probably doesn't help me pulling more stuff. I know a big focus should be on the professions right now, but because I'm very acutely aware that this zone may not be available tomorrow, because every week they seem to change the zone to which you can go out and play in, I'm keen to get a couple of hours of playtime under my belt in this zone. I would imagine, now I hope this is the way they're going to do it, that the first few weeks of the alpha is, you know, they're quite strict with what they want you to test. And then hopefully for the last couple of weeks, they kind of open it up a bit more. And let you play with it all together and see how it flows and how it interconnects. I need to heal one more thing by the looks of things. Let's give you then. What I also kind of need to do today is start planning some little overview videos for the different features and functions. I might even go as far as start scripting stuff today, we'll see. Because I thought about, well, do I just do my usual style of video, which is just sit down and talk about something for a while? But I thought that, considering its very early development stages, it's probably more sensible for me to keep the videos short and sweet. Which may, weirdly, the shorter and the sweeter the video for you guys, the more effort I kind of have to put into making it. Because if I just, you know, if I just go to a zone and press record, I can talk for 20 minutes, no problems, but I don't think people are too keen on watching super long videos right now. People just want to, you know, get the basics in and out. If I was farming watch time on YouTube, then I could easily just put 45-minute videos out every day. But I don't want to do that. Oh, I ran out of steam. I was hoping I could get up there. What's the official way of getting up there then? This is what this is one thing. You can obviously you can get places pretty easily with your dragon, but there also comes a point where you do need to work out, well, what is the actual proper way of getting around the place when your dragon runs out of steam. Did you plan on doing some of the new dungeons? I will do as much as I can do. I'm acutely aware, though, that time is a factor. And there are some things I want to prioritise my focus on. I would much rather, because of, you know, my position within the community, I'd much rather focus on the profession side of stuff as a priority. And then, if we have spare time, then yes, absolutely, we'll do all the dungeons and do everything that we can do. But there's 25 other content creators out there already that is focusing on the new Drakthir class and the new dungeons and that sort of stuff. So I will keep to what I'm best at, and if we have spare time, then we can do other bits and pieces. Prune some shrubs. Use the smoke diffuser to calm and gather some bees, then release them near the lake. We'll get a wasp-repelling skull trap. Let's go get some bees. Oh, hang on. We're meant to bag the bees, not kill them. Use the diffuser on a weakened bee. Okay. Be gone with you. Ha ha ha. Does the dragon run as fast as a ground mount? If so, is there really a point using a ground mount? Faster recharge of use? I've not thought about that, actually. He seems to increase his ground speed by 100%, increases flight speed by 950, and enables dragon riding skills. I guess you might be right. It might be just smart to just use nothing but your dragon, so then it'll recharge his abilities. Might be weakened. Oh, these bees sting. Bees sting. Who would have guessed? Get in, Ma. Why can't I claim you? Be careful. Oh, I see what you did there. Okay. Pulled 2 bees, but could only loot 1. I guess we have to do them one at a time then, for now. Oh, that doesn't reset crows properly. Oh, that's gross. I don't think that's a bug. I think that's probably intended. 2 bees or not 2 bees? That is the question. That is the question. I do not have a pet. Where's my pet gone? Whoa, 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 chill. Too much deeps. Less dots. You bothersome bees. Working as intended because you didn't kill the target. Yeah, that was my thoughts as well. Snails all in. Yeah, I like my little new fire snail. What do you guys think of the new fire snail? I think he's quite cool, isn't he? It's new little fire snail. It's pretty funky, I reckon. You don't need to be careful after all. So be brave for such a beautiful person. Be loved by... Okay, okay. Relax with the bee jokes. The bee puns. We've done the bee puns. You'd go perfectly with the fire turtle from Kata. I can't... Off the top of my head, I can't remember what that thing looks like. But I'll trust you, bro. I'll trust you on that one. How many is this then? 7. We need to prune some bushes. Find me a bush to prune. Do Beastmasters still have the option for double pets? I love that aesthetic in BFA and Shadowlands. I think you can spec into it. What was the name of the ability that allowed you to do it? You had to be spec'd into it, didn't you? Yeah, animal companion. You have to spec into it. Your call pet additionally summons the first pet from your stable. This will obey your kill command, but cannot use other pet family abilities. So yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing still if you spec into it. It's there. My spec, by the way, is super scuffed. I've not put more than about 30 seconds of thought into this. For some reason, I have a point available. Oh, because of course I leveled up. It's going to have given me an extra point, isn't it? Yeah, because you will still gain points up until... Yeah, whatever, I don't care. We'll worry about that later. Now we need tameable bees so we can be the beast master. You can already tame bees. There's already bees, I think. Can't you tame the bees from BFA? If you're Alliance. Yeah, in BFA. Did I fall? Did I fall? Did that just whoosh? I think I fell for that good and proper, didn't I? There we go. Right, now let's turn those in. I'm actually pleasantly surprised just how smooth things run on the alpha so far. I've not actually encountered that many bugs. Regular quests seem to work for the most part as intended. I've not fell through the earth even once. It's for the most part, it's actually, like, dare I say it, it feels relatively polished. I don't know about other parts of it. I mean, I'm guessing considering this is the first zone in the game, this is probably where they've put a lot of time and effort to already. But generally, the world works kind of as intended already. How do I release the bees then? Oh, be free! Disconnect incoming? Yeah, possibly. What GPU do you have? 3060 Ti. So, nothing ludicrous, but still relatively modern. This is on max settings as well. What's the... Is it Control R? Yeah, I'm still only maintaining 30 FPS at max settings though. I'd state that it might have something to do with also streaming, but I think I'm aggressively CPU bottlenecked at the moment. Because whilst my graphics card is relatively modern, my CPU is not. This is why I'm tempted to do a hardware upgrade before this goes live. Plant fragrant seeds in fertile soil patches. Life pools watering can. Is this a transmog? A transmog watering can. Okay, we're going to get a transmog watering can for all you farmers out there. For all you farmers, you can now actually have a watering can. How about that then? Fragrant seeds matured. Here's a seed. This is about as close to farming as you'll ever see Manthias do. Farming. Oh, hang on. Why did it not do it? There we go. I'll only do farming when there's a specific quest reward. Yeah, from past history, I've always been aware that World of Warcraft is a very CPU intensive game. You can run this game with a 12-year-old graphics card, but it's your CPU that will almost always be the limitation for your FPS in this game. I mean, until I upgraded to a 3060 Ti, I was running on a 970, and it ran just fine. So, it's your CPU that's almost more important in this game. Right, is that number 6? That feels like number 6. Or was that number 5? That was number 6. There we go. I get about 150 FPS now with a new CPU. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I know full well that if I upgraded my CPU, this thing would just blitz. I know that's where the limitation is. Right, give me my. There we go. There's my watering can. Watering can transmog. Gotta love it. Right, let's go do you then. Garden party. Tell you what, actually, I think I'm going to take a quick break for 2 minutes. I need to go grab another drink. I'm out of coffee. No coffee is no good. I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves for a couple of minutes. Maybe use the opportunity to take a bathroom break or grab a drink yourselves. I'm going to actually try and remember to press the add button. So if you see some ads, let me know. But I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty. How we doing? How we doing? Combined the backpack and the UI. That's another add-on I don't need. Yeah, they've kind of they allow you to combine your main backpack. I hope they add a few more little settings to this. There's not quite so many settings right now. You can do sorting like you can do previously. You can also convert it back to separate bags. I don't know what this auto cleanup is. I'm guessing it means it will smartly try and put things in the bag when it gets them, rather than you having to press the cleanup button. I don't know. I've not tested it yet. I'm I'm cautiously trying to keep this layout as it is anyway. So. Right. Collect 5 ripened dragon fruit, 5 fragrant dragon flowers, 5 lush seed pods from around the garden to offer to the dragon spirit. Okay. I would go as far as to say they've not been overzealous with any interesting quests though. There's been a remarkably large amount of the default quests. If I'm going to, there doesn't seem to have been much, you know, it's almost New World style quests again. Collect 5 of these, kill 10 of these. Now, previously, in the first zone of the game, Blizzard have tried to put a couple of interesting quests at least.
I can't use that item yet.
I would hope that they maybe look at doing a few more quests that are a little bit more than just, you know, collect 5 of this, kill 10 of those.
I need to target something first.
Because that gets real repetitive real quick. Can you get off my snail? Like I said, that aside, the fact that the quests don't feel, you know, overly creative, for what is on the alpha so far, works relatively smoothly. A couple of disconnects here or there, but the quests themselves seem to make sense and seem to work. I've not found any of these pods yet. Is that what these things are? Lush seed pods. Here we go. One of those. Throw that to get it out the tree. Throw that to get it out the tree. Right, now more pods. Where are these pods at then? Oh, isn't that the one I just picked up? I swear I just picked that one up. Maybe I'm going mad. Delirious. Basket in, put the fruit in, put the dragon flowers in. There you go. Fed the birdies. Keep the birdies happy. Meet some dude at some place. Alright. Where's the some dude at some place? Some dude at some place over this way. Can we do a swoop-de-doop? I thought it was going to die on me then. Who are you? Dragon Scale Expedition. What do you want? Meet the Elementiest in the Life Vault Ruins. Start of a new little side quest. Feed the birds, tuppence a bag. Well, let's finish what we started to begin with. Speak to you. That's a big frog. That's a big frog. Ribbit. Use the jar of fireflies to lure bullied frogs to safety. Perfect for distracting frogs long enough to collect them. Well, that didn't really do a great job at distracting, did it? No, you're meant to be distracted, you stupid. We just kill you. Oh, you don't actually have that much health. We could kind of, oh, okay. Until we actually put this down on top of the frog, we can't pick it up anyway. Okay. I was just wondering if we can cheese it by killing this thing anyway. Stop being so bossy, frog. Oh, you're a big dude, though. Come on, Mr. Snail, you got this. Oh, that's not one of the bullied frogs, apparently.
I need to target something first.
Yoink. Right, let's just kill you then. This quest doesn't seem to make much sense. But you're meant to use the jar of fireflies to distract the frog. But the frog doesn't really get that distracted. You still have to kill him anyway. So if you're going to kill him, what's the point? Just kill him. You actually have to use the jar of fireflies to distract these little frogs. How many is that? 6 of 8. Seven. And 8 incoming. Nice. Turn back in, froggy boy. Let's use our dragon to do some hoppity hops. Oh, here we go. Renewed Proto Drake Razor Snout. So this is going to be one of the Dream Watcher manuscripts. This is your dragon customization options. Temporary crate. Okay. go release the frogs, apparently. Did it say whether we need to actually escort this dude? Just meet him back? Okay. So we can zoom up and out. Race him back. There we go. I like it how the quests at least are. If you do zoom ahead, it's fine. So we fed the birds. Now we've freed the frogs. What else do we need to do? We seem to be doing something regarding this big dragon, or the honoring this dragon, I guess. There we go. There's a customization. Customizations, we have to do them at a very specific place. We need the rostrum of transformation, which, if I remember rightly, was up here. There's one of those up here. I'm hoping that there'll be an icon on the mini-map for those eventually. There's one in each zone, apparently, somewhere where you can customize your dragon. We'll go and have a look at that in a minute, I guess. How do we get up there again? There's usually, I guess, this flight dude. Let me speak to you to get up the top. Definitely going to require you to kind of get to grips with the zones for sure. Learning where all the little cheats are to get up high. It's going to be very handy. Where those little you got regular flight masters, obviously, but your regular flight masters are only going to take you to certain spots. For now, you can see I've only actually unlocked a couple of them. Or there's one I'm missing here. Let's see if I can remember where that place to customize your dragon is. I vaguely remember it being around here somewhere. It's not, though. Is it maybe... Ah, that's annoying. I think it's maybe up here. Okay. No, because I've not explored these areas before. Ow, that's a cave. Go on, can we get up there? Please, momentum, keep going. Oh, no. We failed. Alright, we'll do some swoopage. You can see this bar go, your vigor recharges whilst grounded and whilst flying at high speeds. So if you fly at high speeds for long enough, you can do more zooms. Oh, what happened there? Got dismounted. Oh snap! Let's stay away from you. That's really annoying me. I can't remember where the place to customize your dragon is. Maybe we'll have to find that another day. Let's turn in this quest then. Let's head down here. Here we go. Here's a new flight point. Let's grab that. Innkeeper, Dragon Scale Expedition, Flight Master.
Yes.
The fact it dismisses my pet every time that I come out of dragon riding is a bit annoying as well. Hopefully that's something that will get changed. Ooh, lots of quests.
Travel safe.
Farewell.
The zone has very Tanan jungle vibes. You're right, it does actually. Yeah, it does have a lot of that feel about it. It's great that the expansion looks mid-beta quality already. Yeah, I think they are. I can definitely tell that they're a lot further along than what we are used to seeing from alphas. This goes to show that they probably have been developing this for a lot longer than most people, you know, realize. Starts to make sense to why Shadowlands has, you know, Shadowlands very much feels like it's just been cut short. But luckily, it does appear they've been doing something in the background. And it appears to be working on this. Because it's quite polished. I'm not going to lie. It's quite polished. Okay, well, auto-vendoring of greys isn't a thing. I was hoping that would be a thing.
Keep your feet on the ground.
Okay. I'm itching to play with professions more, you know. I can't lie, I'm absolutely itching to play with professions. I might just come back and play the zone a little bit more off stream later. I'm gonna need to come over here to record some footage for some videos and stuff anyway, so we might head back to a main-ish city. In fact, if we go to Wingrest Embassy, I think there's profession trainers over there. We might be able to have a bit of a play around with leatherworking. Maybe finish maxing out jewel crafting first. Let's go up there then, I guess. I mean, this is a cheat way to get some good cinematic footage. I think they started at least when they decided to not have a 9.3 raid tier. Well, to my understanding, they've actually been working on Dragonflight since before they even released Shadowlands. So, they've been working on it for quite a while. Blizzard do tend to try and stay like 2 expansions ahead, at least in terms of like storyline and direction. Whether it comes to like building out the zones and stuff, I don't know how they do it, but right, let's pick up leatherworking. We might need to thinking about it, I might need to just clear some inventory space. It might be easier to deal with. Okay, let's finish maxing out jewel crafting then. I want to see what happens when we get much past 70. In regards to leveling, we talked about this in like disgusting amounts of detail the other day on Saturday, but you're gonna get to like 50 with the professions, and then it's gonna really slow down. 50 from 100 is going to be a grind for the most part, because you're going to have to fulfill most of it feels, by making very restricted items. Right now, the only things that are going to guarantee us skill points are our 3-day cooldowns. So, you know, 1 point every 3 days is not going to get you very far very quickly. You're then looking at your, you know, your proper high-end crafted gear. That realistically is mostly going to come through work orders as well. You're not necessarily going to just bang these out, because they're things like these, the Spark of Ingenuity and your Primal Chaos are likely to be items that you have to work pretty hard to get. And they're bind on pickup, so you may not get anywhere near enough. You're certainly not going to be churning out like 20 of these just for the purpose of gaining skill points. You're going to be you're going to be trying to fulfill work orders for these, for people that want them. That really does mean that we hope that people do want them. I think they probably will. What is this, actually? Take you to a place you may have long since forgotten on a 20-hour cooldown? Oh, Lord. I can't test these, though, because they require level 70 to equip them. So even if I do craft them, it doesn't make any difference. Spells and abilities have a chance to empower one of your socketed elemental gems, granting 182 of the associated stat for 12 seconds. Good way of promoting the use of gems. Any rep grinds that you've attached to professions you've seen yet? Way too early for that. Everything at the moment is just on vendors. We don't really know where we get 90% of the materials from. Everything's just on a vendor. That will probably be a beta thing rather than an alpha. But yeah, at the moment we're looking either making the top quality gems, which use these artisans metal. We don't know where we get these from yet either. There's a running trend here that we don't know where we get most of the materials from. All I'm trying to do is work out, well, what is the leveling path? And then eventually we'll work out, well, based on that leveling path, then where are we going to get the materials we need to, you know, chip away at those skill points. You need diamonds, which come from prospecting. To make a bunch of these, you're going to need sparks of ingenuity or primal chaos primarily, along with diamonds to make the trinkets. Very heavily suggesting that you'll fulfill these from work orders. Trinkets, jewellery are going to be work orders. You may even find the Primalist Gems will be work orders. So you get to 70. Your last 30 points in the profession is going to pretty heavily rely on there being demand for the items on your server under most circumstances. I'm just going to prospect a bunch of stuff and try and get a bunch of diamonds. I'm going to need a total of 30 diamonds though. I might have to prospect a lot. Dragon Owl's prospecting. Let's just prospect the top quality stuff because that seems to give... Can we do a create all? Does the create all button work yet? Oh, we got a diamond straight off. Where's our loot box? Let's put our loot window up here again. The distinct lack of a mass prospect button is frustrating at the moment. Leveling the skills being high-end stuff on a daily cooldown, do you think they'll be sold at a profit or at cost? Even worse, at a loss, since everybody will be doing them and will be wanting the skill points. Depends how thirsty people are for skill points. Truth be told, the skill points by leveling up only really provide a very small fraction of the crafting skill that you're going to be able to have as a character. Most of your other crafting skill, to be honest with you, comes from your specialization. Speccing in the right direction is going to give you a bigger boost to your crafting skill than that of increasing this bar at the top here. You gain 1 crafting skill for every point in this. So even by this point, we've only naturally got 70 crafting skill. Any additional crafting skill you see is coming from the specializations. So you can see in the tooltip there, it's got crafting skill of 70 plus 75. That plus 75 is coming from our spec tree. So whilst getting this bar as high as possible will be a thing that you'll want to do, because the basic crafting skill applies to every single recipe. You're then going to look at crafting things that you've specialized into to be able to craft at higher quality to then be able to sell or to be able to fulfill work orders or this sorts of thing. How it's all going to fully play out, where people's demand is it's hard to tell. This is one of the things with professions. You can never really get a good idea of exactly how that's going to play out until you give it to lots of people, until you just see how people react to it. It's not always easy to predict what people will actually do. It also doesn't really help at the moment that Prospect is actually busted on the alpha. When you prospect higher tier quality ore, you're meant to get better results. But at the moment you don't. Nor does the quality system for jewel crafting work yet. So there's a lot that's still broken with jewel crafting at the moment, but from a basic understanding, it's quite a cool little one. I think jewel crafting for forever has been like one of my favourite professions, and I think even more so in Dragonflight it will be, because this prospecting is going to dramatically hide people's actual costs, and the more you hide people's costs, the greater the chance there is of being able to profit from it. Because those that do the maths, those that understand the costs properly, those that realise that when you press the prospecting button, if you're not doing something with all of the materials, you are going to lose gold. You have to do something with everything, even if that something is just to sell it on the auction house for cheap. Sometimes selling your materials for cheap on the auction house is the only way to actually make a profit on the good stuff. There we go. There's our full array of gems complete now. Still only 5 diamonds though. I need a whole bunch more diamonds. I technically need, I think, probably 30 diamonds, I reckon, don't I? We need a diamond to make each one of these. To make each trinket, we at least need a diamond. And to make each of these, we at least need 1 diamond. Yeah, I'm going to need a total of at least 30 diamonds through prospecting to actually max this out now. We're also never getting any higher quality finely ground gemstones, even though off the vendor on the alpha there is 3 different variations of this. Regardless to how good our prospecting is, we never seem to get better than tier 1 of this. Although I wonder if maybe prospecting the draconium ore is the path of victory there. Let's try that then. Let's prospect some of this stuff instead. See if that seems to... Probably not. Funny, my girlfriend told me she also needs 30 diamonds. Hey, don't listen to her. It's a lie. It's all a facade. Do other professions need gems for crafting their stuff? Not the raw gems from what I can tell. There are some materials that cross over. Your elements are used by nearly all of the professions that we can see so far. Your elements are heavily used by everything. There's also these things, the artisan's metal, which is going to be a key component for most professions. Also, you've got these things, the primal chaos, These are going to be very, very useful. Primal Chaos turn into Primal Infusion when you get 100 of them. How we go about getting Primal Chaos, obviously we still don't know. But the Primal Chaos, when you get 100 Primal Chaos, you turn into a Primal Infusion that acts as a Crafter's Mark does. It bumps the item level of the craft. How you get those? The artisan metal? We don't know. Literally every material that you need to test the professions right now is on the vendor. The sources for most of this stuff is still a mystery. Right, the likelihood of getting the diamonds from this material seems to be even less. Let's go back to just prospecting the good stuff. My guess would be some sort of daily. Yeah, I tend to feel that it's likely to be some world quest of some sorts. Which would be interesting if they do go the world quest route for those artisans metal, because that will also then mean that it's basically a level 70 thing. You're not going to get them prior to that then. Which puts a lot of emphasis on you actually leveling your characters to 70 as well. In Shadowlands, you could do most stuff you wanted to do with most professions without actually leveling the character. Which I must admit felt wrong in the first place. Yet, if some of these materials get locked behind world quests, you are going to need to level stuff up. Is prospecting affected by skill? Yeah, you can see here, crafting skill. Prospecting has a recipe difficulty of 100. My crafting skill is 145, meaning I should have best quality prospects right now. But prospecting is broken. They were very, very clear of that prospecting is broken. The prospecting results are not what they should be. Just for my own sanity, are these flipping diamonds available on one of these vendors? Artisan's metal, sparks of ingenuity. Primal chaos is there. The ores are there. Let's grab a stack of these. Just put that. Where did they go? These over here as well as a thing that's needed. Yeah, you can see here, look, there's tier 2 and tier 3 quality finely ground gemstones, but they don't actually appear to come from prospecting currently, like I think that they probably should. Airy souls, fiery souls, earthen souls, and icy soul are also reagents that don't seem to play a part in jewel crafting just yet. Maybe they kick in other professions. Shared reagents. Recipes, 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 recipes. All the recipes. It's not really shared reagents then, is it? Master botanist. Herbs, herbs, lots of herbs. Primal convergence. Lots of herbs, lots of more essences. No, vials and potions. Here's all your vials, here's all your potions for testing. None of this is... They've got the essences on here though. Some of these essences are meant to increase people's... I think some of these essences are meant to increase people's ability to craft as well. I should maybe take a look into that. Granting increased inspiration for 15 minutes. So yeah, there's a crafting buff essence here. What does that do?
Beware the living.
Can we... Where did it go? Where did it go? Hello, game? Where did you put it? What was it called? Ah, here it is. Inspiration increased by X. Not yet implemented. Okay. Well, it will do a thing. It just doesn't yet. It will do a thing, but it doesn't. Right, I have no choice, apparently, but to continue prospecting to try and get these goddamn diamonds. Now, in theory, these diamonds will actually be auction houseable, by the looks of things. Meaning that if they're auction houseable... that might be the path of action if you're actually wanting to level up quick. Is to buy them. Let some other sucker prospect all of this stuff. CKS would be handy here. Yeah, you're not far wrong. Welcome in, Gumdrops. Good to see you, my man. Welcome, welcome. Hey, another prismatic ore. This is a cool thing, this prismatic ore. When prospecting, you can get prismatic ore, which in and of itself can then be prospected. And when prospecting prismatic ore, there's the chance of then getting yet more ore. There's where was it? Was it this one? Prospecting prismatic ore has the chance to contain titan ore. So ore inside ore inside ore. I wonder how deep the rabbit hole goes. That could be quite funny. I need to go back to Orgrimmar. I need to go back to Orgrimmar to play around with this a little bit more. I need to... Prospecting macros gone? I don't know, actually. It depends whether prospecting is actually a proper... Is it a skill still? Is prospecting considered a skill? I don't even know. Prospecting isn't considered a skill, which may mean that macroing it is not a thing. Which could be annoying. Could definitely be annoying if that's the case. Is there a work order dude in the auction house now? Curiosity. No. Maybe the work order dude is only going to be in
Have I got a deal
Dragon...
for you?
In Dragons. Trade goods. Search. No items found. What's the price of the token? Not available. Ah, terrible. Is there anything on the auction house? There are some things on the auction house. Crafty, use samurai. There's some gems. People have put some gems up on the auction house. Odds on this being Hickons. Surely it would be Hickons trying to sell this stuff, right? Gems considered commodities, by the way, just saying. Yeah, there's not really a lot on the auction house, is there? Not really a lot on the auction house.
Hello there.
How are we doing, Pag B? Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome.
New shipments coming in soon.
Now, in theory, maybe if we can't actually get to it properly, then I was wondering if we could like investigate work orders or stuff, but that's not a thing apparently. So I guess we are somewhat stuck trying to level this up by gems that we don't, by diamonds that we don't easily have access to, instead of well, yeah, I'm not particularly fond about standing here for hours and hours prospecting just to get some arbitrary points that we don't need. Let's put all of these gems and everything in the bank for now.
What's up?
Let's clear up some space. Reagent bank, buy. Let's get rid of these for a minute. And let's take a look at leatherworking. These have crossover. These have crossover. This lot is just fluff. Right. Okay. Okay. Let's try leatherworking then. Let's take a little look at leatherworking.
The wind.
Train me in leatherworking, please. Go. Boom. Dragon Isles leatherworking. Okay. Leatherworking. Right, some resilient leather tunic, resilient leather wrist guards, adamant scale vest, adamant scale braces. So this is going to be our basic leveling gear. From the word go, we get a skinner's travel pack, a skinning accessory, 49 finesse, leatherworker's schmock, giving plus inspiration and multi-craft, skinner's cap, deftness and perception. Oh, there's another stat. Deftness, perception, finesse. There looks to be there looks to probably be a whole bunch of gathering stats as well then. And a jeweler's apron. Resourcefulness and crafting speed when jewel crafting. Don't we have that already? Isn't that what we already have? Oh, that's a jewel crafter's tool apron. We can equip a second one, I guess, then. What are the spec trees then for leatherworking? Oh, we can't even see them until we reach 25. Loads of stuff to learn. Leather, mail, trinkets. We got a riding crop. Mount speed by 10%. 3 different sets of armor kits. A frosted armor kit, increasing your armor by 135. Item also gives you 135 agility and strength. Tattered armor kit, which is apparently the same. Leg armor, 135 armor, agi strength. 135 stamina, agi strength. 135 agility and strength. Okay. Okay, well, 3 different types of armor kits that all basically seem to do the same thing. 135 armor strength, they all get applied to leg pieces. Some toys, an artisan sign. Place a sign so everybody can know where the best goods are sold. For sale, discount prices, act now. That's going to be cool. A knoll tent. Place a tent to relax under. And a Tuskar beanbag. We'll make some of these toys and we'll play with them as well a little bit. Whole stack of profession equipment. For the most part, the profession equipment all seems to be relatively much of a muchness. Herbalism accessory, plus 72 finesse. So finesse is also a herbalism thing. I wonder what finesse is actually going to do. Engineering. Master jewel crafter tool. Plus 43 crafting speed. might help with the whole prospecting situation. Yeah, most of this profession equipment is, you know, basic stuff. Optional reagents then. Ball of toxic gunk. Plus 30 recipe difficulty. Infuses the item with the essence of decay. Usable with Dragonflight's crafted gear to imbue it with the power of decay. Okay. Fang Adornments provide the following property. Dealing damage with physical abilities and attacks has a chance to deal additional physical damage. These are the finishing reagents that do nothing more than improve your own personal crafting skill. The fact that these use artisan's metal will mean that you'll have to sparingly choose where you use this or not, because this will be limited. It's basically a one-time crafting skill boost. And then loads of reagents. Finished prototype explorer's barding. We bought and sold on the auction house. A regal barding. Earthshine scales. Loads of reagents, look. Tons of the stuff. And then some weapons. Bow. Level 70 bow. I tell you what, it's nice to see that somebody's making good quality weapons again. Ah, I tell you what, going through Shadowlands without any crafted weapons made it feel just weird. Blacksmiths had those terribly bad weapons to begin with, but at least leatherworkers are going to make some bows now. Two different bows. Your pet is filled with savage inspiration, causing it to do 5% more damage. Go on then. I think I'll craft myself one of those, please. Thank you very much. Yoink. And then infuse it with power to make it super big. An offhand. Dealing nature damage with spells and abilities has a chance to inflict a withering rot on your target, slowing their movement speed. Oh, well, there we go. PvP offhand then. And then a basic bitch crossbow. I say basic bitch, it's still item level 343. And then drums. Okay. There's not as much with leatherworking as I would have half expected. It seems very default. You know, a couple of weapons. It's nice that there's some top-end weapons, sure. Drums is same old, same old. Profession equipment is obviously a new thing, but that's crafted through most, you know, that's going to be a short-lived little market. A couple of toys, armor kits, a riding crop, and then your armor. Let's hope the armor is quite fun. Adamant scale. Let's start at the bottom. Adamant scale boots, basic leveling boots, scale champions treads, PvP gear then. Crafted PvP gear is making a comeback. Increase item level to this in PvP combat and war mode. So dedicated crafting set again for PvP, which is quite nice. Then we move on to basic crafted gear. Oh, little set bonuses, look. Little set bonuses on this. Critical hits and heals have a chance to spur you on, granting 8 haste for 10 seconds, stacks up to 5 times. After a 3 set, you will also gain 8 speed per stack. Love me a little bit of set bonus. Wild Spirit Lasso, Scale Rains Grips, and Ancestor's Dew Kickers. Ancestor's Dew Kickers. Oh, well, there we go. That gives people a good reason to buy a couple of bits of gear off you then. People love building sets out. Okay. And I assume it's the same scenario for leather as well. Yeah. Alright then. Let's grab some materials. Let's grab some materials and then level this up and see how the specs play their part. So we need some skin, we need some hide. Let's do what we've done previously and just grab a stack of each of the leather. Resilient leather, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. I'm intrigued to see if the quality upgrade works properly for leatherworking. Adamant scales. So our basic leather and our basic scales. We then have dense hide. Lustrous scales. So there's a rare... Well, I tell you what then, let's make it so... We got leather and we got scales. Bunch of leather, bunch of scales. Oh, crystal pine fur, salamander scales, cacophonious thunder scale, rock fang leather. Okay, these look to be... Oh, these might end up being very mob specific, or they could even end up being zone specific stuff. Zone specific leather, maybe mob specific leather. So a variety of specific stuff. Hopefully that's a little bit rarer. What, there seems to be 6 different variations of this uncommon stuff. And then a flawless proto dragon scale. That's got to be the big rare, the big rare one, right? You can only wear 4 crafted pieces though, and a 2-hander counts as 2. Is there a class that uses a 2-hander and also wears mail? Or I guess that becomes a problem for plate wearers, right? Because you've got paladins and fury warriors. Well, fury warriors are completely scuffed. 2 2-handed weapons and then 1 piece of crafted gear. Then we've got all of the elements, which we've already got in our bags. We can pick up some more of the elements if we need them. And these airy souls, which I've not worked out where we need them yet. Let's keep them around for when we do. Okay, that looks like we've got some basic materials to get up and running and start doing some crafting. Seems pretty straightforward, you know, 1 type of leather, 1 type of hide, 1 type of scale, 1 type of better scale. Not too different to what we have today. Just obviously there's a quality thing in place. Right, so from the word go, we're needing basic leather and this... Oh, these ones don't have a quality on them. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Only the basic materials have quality. Alright. So rock fang leather, cacophonious thunder scale, adamant scale, rock fang leather. Okay, so they're about the same. These are starting to use rare stuff. So from the word go, you are probably going to level with these. whichever one ends up being the cheaper of the two materials. We can't customize secondary stats yet. We're going to have to spec into that. Although we can add these training matrices if we can have access to them. They don't exist yet, though. Okay. Well, 5 of these we go, I guess. Does using better quality leather... Oh, it does. Okay, so we gained 38 crafting skill just by using tier 2 quality leather. Tier 3 quality leather gives us 75 additional crafting skill. Okay, so we're actually now starting to see the first effect of better quality materials increasing the likelihood you'll craft something better. It's a recipe difficulty of 300. Yet if you can get it to above 75, you'll make quality 2 stuff. Quality 2 is going to take it from 270 to 272. So using better quality, using at least tier 2 resilient leather here is not going to be enough. You'd have to use tier 3 resilient leather to guarantee yourself a tier 2 quality craft here. Okay. Well, for the purpose of gaining skill points, it would arguably be dumb to increase the cost. Let's create a few of these then. Still gaining a skill point for each craft, as you would expect. Five points in, we unlock some stuff. Oh, 6 points in. Oops. We only needed to craft 4 of those, whatever. Boots, alchemist hat, floral basket, resilient leather boots. Inspiration and multi-craft. Requires level 61. Let's make one of those. Put one of those on. +29 inspiration gave us plus 2.9%. So 1 inspiration is 0.1% chance. Meaning we now have a 7.9% chance to gain 50 bonus skill. And there's a 2% chance of multi-craft now. Even on gear. If you proc multi-craft on gear, that would be funny. I wonder if that actually is possible. For skill points, using anything but the lowest grade is basically a waste. Yeah, unless you can guarantee the next item level of quality, and the next item level of quality is going to, you know, significantly increase the value of the item more so than what it would cost you to, you know, use the higher quality materials. This is why they've got to be really careful. They've got to be really careful that they don't make the tier 2 and the tier 3 materials cost too much. Because if tier 2 and tier 3 materials are too expensive, then nobody's going to use them. Because like, you know, taking a 270 piece of gear and turning it into a 272 piece of gear is unlikely to increase the value of that item by much. You know, arguably, what you'll probably end up finding is that all of the resilient leather wrist guards will end up being listed for nearly exactly the same price, but the ones that will sell first will end up being the higher item level ones. I don't think there's much value going to be added, at least in basic stuff anyway. They've got to be really careful to make it so that, you know, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 materials are really quite close in value. You know, tier 1 material should be 5 gold. Tier 2 material should be 7 gold. Tier 3 material should be 10 gold. That sort of price difference might make it worthwhile using better stuff. But if it's like an order of magnitude higher price, if tier 1 is like 5 gold, but tier 2 is 20 gold, and tier 3 is 100 gold, you'd be mad to use tier 3 stuff, because you're then going to end up making something that costs way more than what you'll eventually be able to sell it for. Why? Why would you do that to yourself? I multi-crafted so it's free. Oh lord, that worries me. Yeah. Crossbow. We can make a crossbow at this point. Making crossbows at this point is probably not... Oh, it uses 2 of the rare materials to make a crossbow. So although you could, you're probably not going to. You're probably going to continue with whatever is the cheapest one of these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting how many we actually made just to check we didn't get any multi-crafts. Right, 15 we learn a bunch of stuff. 15 we start to make these reagents, which I presume is where we take some of the elements and a rare version of the leather or scale. And then add that together to make what I presume will be... These I presume are going to then be used in the higher quality material, higher quality gear crafts. From 15 to get to 20, you're probably just going to use resilient leather tunics, I would imagine. Reinforced armor kits may then be something that you have better chance selling, so there's an option to make some of these instead. Uses 1 piece of leather, 1 piece of scale. Technically, it's more cost efficient to make these, I would imagine. Although it may not, if we know that sooner along the lines we are going to need some of these anyway, this is a good opportunity to make them in advance. But I don't know how many of these I'm going to need. But if you can get 5 skill points for them. Oh, and we get drums. Wow, we get drums really quick and early. We get drums at like skill level 15. Still only increasing haste by 15%. That will make some people sad. Plus, drums don't seem to have quality. Drums are just drums. There's no... you get your multi-craft kicks in with drums, but drums are just drums. So, all the more reason to never ever do anything more than just make the very, very basic drums. That's an absolute no-brainer, I'd imagine, at this point. Just make drums. Did it not make them? Did computer say no? Okay, drums don't appear to want to make. Or have we effed again? Are we dead? What happens if I do create all? Okay, drums are bust. Drums are bust. Drums don't seem to want to work. Let me do a reload just in case. Eh? Since when did slash... I have to type out reload now? Since when does slash RL disappear? Is slash RL an add-on that does that? You actually have to type out /reload. No, drums are broken. We can't craft drums, apparently. Let's make some armor kits up to 20 then. Is this system better than the current legendary one in terms of whales owning the whole market early season? Yes and no. Those that are willing to spend more gold on their professions will level it quicker than others. You do get to a point though very quickly where it's a time gating thing that will kick in more so than your ability to just spend lots of gold. So oh, it's same with /KB for keybinds. Oh, it's an LVI thing. Oh, that okay. Okay. Right, so at 20 we get to... We need 5 more points to hit 25. You're likely to then look at probably... Yeah, you're probably then going to switch. You're going to continuously be making drums at this point. There's no reason why you wouldn't continue to make drums, but I can't the moment they're busted. So the fact that we can't make drums means you're probably going to switch to... What would you switch to at this point for easy skill points, easy leveling? These are all yellow. Based upon these being yellow, you would probably make some of these crafting reagents. Blood-soaked hide, blood wax scales. Now these are an expensive thing to do early days, but if you need these materials later, you might as well get some free skill points out of them anyway. In fact, no, you'd still just continue to make drums. You'd make 5 more sets of drums. I just don't have the ability to make the drums right now. Let's just make these real quick then. Intermediate items having quality as well actually then goes against the logic of making them in advance. You'd only want to make these intermediate items as and when you absolutely need them, because by the time you need them, there's the chance that you'll be able to make them at a higher quality. If you can get to... Oh, you need 150 crafting skill before you can make these intermediate items better. So, yeah, either way. 25 though, that's when we unlock specs. Let's take a look at specs then. And for reference, at 25, we have nearly unlocked... We've basically unlocked every crafting item you'll unlock from the trainer at this point. Right, leather armor crafting. Specialize in crafting leather armor, increasing your ability to craft a higher quality. In addition, you learn new patterns and ways to customize the armor you craft. So, on unlocking it, you're going to learn the ability to use optional reagents on leather items. This is where leatherworking could be twice as slow to level than like tailoring or blacksmithing, because you're dealing with 2 very specific armor types. I'd be interested to see what tailoring looks like in comparison to this. The tailoring talent trees may not be quite as built out. So we have leather armor, leather crafting, mail crafting, primordial leatherworking. Specialize in utilizing the elements, beasts, and the essence of decay in your crafting, increasing your ability to craft these types of items at higher quality. Improve at primordial leatherworking, gaining +1 crafting skill, 1 crafting elemental, bestial and decay leatherworking patterns. would you then also, at some point, you learn a sub-spec, learn another sub-spec, learn the final sub-spec, and learn to use curing agents and chain oil finishing reagents on those patterns. Primordial leatherworking crafting is 0% faster. Lovely. Love that. Leather is leather, chain is mail. Then what is elemental? Well, I have a feeling that this is going... The primordial leatherworking patterns, I believe this is going to be your end game raiding stuff. If we look at the unlearned list, there's a chance that it's all this stuff. Or is it the PvP stuff? Is it PvP stuff, do we think? Apparently not. Primordial leatherworking, elemental mastery. Ten inspiration when crafting elemental patterns. 10 crafting skill when elemental patterns. Learn to craft flaring cowl. What's flaring cowl then? Flaring cowl. Okay, so it's some of your endgame armor. On equip, you're wrapped in an intense heat which burns nearby foes for 500 fire damage every 3 seconds. That sounds very bear tank. That's a bear tank piece of gear, right? That's got to be a bear tank piece of gear. Doing 500 AoE damage every 3 seconds. And of which you can then use optional reagents on to bring it up to higher item levels, I would guess. So this looks like it's going to be general leather, shaped leather, chests, heads, shoulders, wrists. I'm just trying to find if any of these nodes turn around and say, oh, now you learn how to make this, or now you learn how to make that. Learn to use curing agent finishing reagents on shaped leather armor patterns. Chest pieces. Spec into chest pieces. Plus crafting skill whilst making chest pieces. Plus 5 crafting skill. Learn to craft the green lush stained chest piece. Green lush stained chest piece. Another 393 endgame piece of gear. So I would imagine this is the equivalent of... Yeah, this is going to be the equivalent of your raiding gear, but from a crafter. So the green lush is going to be your raiding gear, which equally then means for male it's the red flame gear, depending on which way you choose to spec yourself. But you have to go really deep into it to be able to craft those things. That still doesn't give me a great indication to what this what's the difference between this primordial stuff. Learn to craft a bow of the dragon hunters. Learn to craft Fang Adornments. What are Fang Adornments? Bow of the Dragon Hunters. That's your endgame bow. Okay. What's this one? Decaying Grasp. Learn to craft Wither Rot Tome. What's Wither Rot Tome? Oh, another weapon. Is this all weapons then? Flaring Cowl. Did we say Flaring Cowl is a weapon? No, Flaring Cowl was... Flaring Cowl was just a helm. Okay. This one's a bit odd. This one's a bit odd. I can't easily figure out why this is any significant. Why is this significantly different to these? But sure. Okay. Leatherworking Discipline. This is going to be just making everything else better, isn't it? Specialize at improving your leatherworking skills. You'll be more inspired as you craft, learning to save resources as you work and craft many different types of useful items and improve your general crafting skill. Leatherworking crafting's 15% faster, 15 inspiration and resourcefulness when crafting patterns. Then we go sheer mastery. Lots of resourcefulness. All of this is resourcefulness. Improve at getting more out of your crafting reagents, gaining +1 resourcefulness per point in this spec. Resourcefulness refunds 5% more materials when crafting. Like, resourcefulness up the wazoo here. This is going to heavily cut down on the material costs. Like, every single one of these nodes is more resourcefulness. Resourcefulness refunds 25% more materials when crafting leatherworking patterns. Oh my lord. Speccing deep into this is going to really... if you're then looking at making... that's going to be really good for when you're making drums, for when you're making armor kits. If you're making drums and armor kits and you spec this way, it's just going to refund you like huge amounts of your materials every time. Or inspiring works. Can only leatherworking craft mail armor, or can blacksmiths do it as well? Only leatherworkers can make mail. Resourcefulness for alchemy or bust. Imagine the shuffles. Yeah, if you can stack resourcefulness. Well, alchemy is more probably multi-craft. Resourcefulness, sure, but multi-craft will also work very well. Because if you know, what's better than making 10 potions? Making 12 potions for the same materials. It's weird that resourcefulness and multi-craft kind of do the same thing, but in just opposite directions. Is this just flat out more inspiration for everything? Oh, okay. You see, the leatherworking spec trees don't feel anywhere near as creative as what I think they could have been. This one's just going to give you more resourcefulness. This one's just going to give you more inspiration. This one is presumably going to give you inspiration when making bows and professional accessories. Multi-crafting specifically when making drums. Inspiration when making bows. Multi-craft grants up to 50% additional items when crafting drums. So instead of creating one drum, you could make 3 drums. Plus 20 multi-crafting when making drums. Curing and tanning. Inspiration when curing and tanning. Multi-craft when making armor kits. Inspiration when curing and tanning. Multi-craft up to 50% additional items when doing armor kits. Yeah. definitely not as impressed with leatherworking as I was with jewel crafting. Jewel crafting really felt a lot more creative with how they kind of... I mean, this isn't very creative. This was just a flat, here you go, put some points in it. But the way that they did these felt a little bit more... The fact that you would... I don't know. Something about it just felt a little bit more... I guess it's because the prospecting is a thing. Trying to work out whether you go prospecting first, maybe. I don't know. The leatherworking tree doesn't excite me quite as much as I expected. Because these two are basically copy-paste of each other. Just, you know, one for making leatherworking stuff. You go into legs, gloves, belts, boots. Gauntlets, boots, shoulder guards, belts, cuffs. You know, it's these two are copy-paste. This one I don't particularly fully understand its purpose, because it seems to just be basically the same as what these do, but just on slightly more specific gear. Maybe I just don't understand the gearing of this yet. And then this one is just, you know, the basic stuff that your consumables that leatherworking makes. I assume the end goal of the specs is to be able to use the Essence of Tyr on the different stuff. Yeah, most of the time you end up at a position where you can use that because all that does is just boost your crafting skill by 30. Okay. So I guess now it makes no real difference whether you spec into leather or armor. I mean, I'm going to spec into armor simply because I'm a hunter. Can I grab a book that gives me points? Give me a book that gives me points.
Something special?
That's going to be you, right? You're going to give me a book that... Oh, no, hang on. Does this same book give me... No, that's a top secret guide to jewel crafting. I need a top secret guide for leatherworking. Where's my top secret? Is this it? Top secret guide for leatherworking.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Right, so we get 50 points. We've spec'd into here. We need at least 10 points before we can go anywhere. 5 inspiration when making mail. 10 inspiration. We can now pick a sub-spec. We can either go large chainmail, so chests, legs, heads, wrists, or we can go everything else. Hands, feet, shoulders, waists. Let's go for the big stuff. Big ticket items. We throw some points in this. Do we learn any patterns at any point? I feel we should make it so at some point we should learn how to make that PvP set, right? That feels like something that would be sensible to give us at some point. Inspiration when making large stuff, and then a sub-spec. So now we can go chain shirts, chain greaves, chain cowls, or cuffs. Let's just go chest. And then how many points do we need in this before we learn something? +5 crafting skill. Learn to craft the red flame brushed chainmail. We need 10 points in that before we learn something. Boom, there we go. Red flame brushed chainmail. So now that should give us something big, fancy, shiny to craft. But of course, we've now had to put, what, 10, 20, 30 knowledge points into this before we learn any specific pattern from this. Now that will mean when somebody puts in a work order for a red flame brushed chainmail item, we can craft it. Assuming we can get 30 knowledge points quite quickly. Okay. But you're not going to use this for the purpose of leveling up at this point. You are very much, when you hit 25, probably going to bang out armor kits. A frost, a leather, a scale, a frost, a rare. Okay, you're going to do tattered ones, because tattered ones probably because rousing frost may or may not be more expensive than these pieces of leather. I don't think it matters. 5 of those will get us to 30. There we go, there's some stuff crafted. At 30 we should be able to learn something new.
Just the thing for you.
Artisan sign. Oh, we can make that toy. I want to make that toy just for shits and giggles. Oh! Pentagold seal. This 5-star stamp marks a scroll with the Artisan's Consortium seal of quality. Oh, you know that's going to be a vendor thing that's like stupid money. You know, you know that's going to be a vendor item that's stupid money. Oh Lord, Pentagon seal, sure. Has a recipe difficulty of 400 right off the bat. You can make toys at different qualities? How's that going to work? How's that going to... Why would you make a toy at different qualities? Okay, sure. Fine. The Artisan's Consortium seal of quality. There's a very good chance that you're going to need to get exalted with the Artisan's Consortium faction before you can buy these. And then you can make a toy to say, look, I'm a good crafter. That's quite clever though. I kind of like that. I do kind of like that, not gonna lie. Riding crops. Level 300 bind on equip trinkets. Increases mount speed by 10%. There's a quality on this as well. Increases the item level all the way from 300 up to 310. I wonder if that's going to also increase the mount speed. Surely that's got to increase the mount speed as well. These will be a big seller. Because who doesn't love a little bit of a mount speed bonus? Those will be a real big seller. Alright, well let's get to 35 all the same. You're going to continue to bang out armor kits, aren't you? Because they're cheap. You hit 35, you pick up your Essence of Tear and your Wisp of Tear. And then, at that point, you have literally learned everything that you can possibly learn from the trainer.
Ancestors.
And you are beholden to your specialization then for good stuff to craft. These things use Artisan's metal, so you're probably not going to be able to craft all too many of these. Most things have now gone yellow. In fact, that's one of the only things that's yeah. This is now, you're only 35 points in, look, and you start to run out of like easy stuff to make. You can probably make these to 40. $37, $38, $39, $40, and at 40 they've gone green. So by the time you hit 40 skill points, either your Essence of Tear, which are going to be limited to how many you can make, or boom, red flame brushed chainmail stuff. This is the pattern we learned through our specialization. Damn. So even by 40 points you're like, please, 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 somebody request this through a work order. And you're going to need to fulfill as many work orders as you can. Now, presumably, there's still lots of unlearned stuff here. Lots of unlearned stuff that doesn't seem to... Was this the PvP stuff? How we go about getting the PvP stuff, I don't know. But the likelihood is you're probably not going to be crafting PvP stuff for many skill points, because it's already yellow, look. Same with these toys. Wherever we get the toys from, we don't know. there's a lot of these profession equipment stuff that we don't have access to yet either. I really do quite like the fact that only the bare bones basic can you learn through the trainer. You are going to have to go out and find patterns that are going to give you skill points. And find patterns that are worthwhile. You're going to have to like try and actually play with your profession. Try and actually acquire a bunch of different patterns. Your specialization will get you so far. I mean, from the word go, from unlocking this, we now have enough skill points. We have 80 crafting skill. We can make a tier 2 quality. There's up to 5 tiers of quality we could be able to make this at. So we're still miles behind being able to make these at any reasonable quality even still. We can add the embellishments to it. Healing spells do healing stuff. We don't know what that one does. Increase the duration of potions by 10%. Well fed. And persist through death. That's so strong. Alchemical flavor pocket. That's seriously strong. Armor spikes. Reduces armor durability loss. Stone crust hide, crafted by players with the leatherworking skill, can be bought and sold on the auction house. Is that one of these optional reagents? Stone crust hide, yeah, okay, that's one of these. Do these things have a quality on them as well? I didn't think these things had a quality on them. Maybe they do. Did this craft with a quality on it? Oh, it does. Ah, it does craft with a quality on it. Oh, Lord, there's quality on everything. Literally everything's got quality on it. Right, okay. Okay. Well then, let's blitz through this as much as we can. Let's go crazy with the knowledge points now and see what's left to learn once if we max out this, let's see what's still left to learn, because our unlearned list will then show us what we'll have to go out into the world to go and find. Leatherworking points. Give me loads of leatherworking points, please. Now we can do silly things with leatherworking just to push it forward. Right, so we're going to get more skill and the ability to use the Essence of Tear. So if we tried to max this out to begin with, 20, 30, 40 points to max out the chest would mean that we could still only go, you know what, let's put an Essence of Tear in there. Let's make one of those. Create one of those. Put that in here. Where did it go? Finishing reagents. Boom. You see, using an Essence of Tear here still's not really worthwhile, because it's still not even with the addition of this, your crafting skill's not going to be good enough to even make a tier 3 quality of these. Alright. They do really, really, really want to slow down your progress very early on. Between 35 and 50 points, it just stops dead. When do these go? Why is the two different ones? Finishing crafting reagent, increase crafting skill by 30, increase crafting skill by 30. Dragon Isles crafting recipes for small and simple items. Dragon Isles crafting recipes for major items such as gear. Oh, okay. Goes green at 50. So yeah, by 50, if you haven't gone out and picked up anything else, if you haven't gone out and picked up any recipes from the world, you are stuck making like one item. Ouch. At 50 though, you do get to learn a second one of these. Okay, well let's just go. Oh, we need 10 more points in this. Oh no, hang on. Add more. With 20 points in that, we should be able to unlock this. We need 10 points in here to learn the pattern. Boom, there's the pattern. Red flame brushed leg guards. $25 points needed to unlock this one. So we're starting to build out our ability to make this set, which will allow us to slowly but surely fulfill more of the work orders that come in. The problem being is that with our skill being still quite low, we are going to be aggressively limited to just how high a quality of these we can craft. Even if we can zerg better quality profession tools. Our profession tools actually are not going to directly affect our crafting skill. I've not seen any of the profession tools actually affect the crafting skill. They only affect the inspiration, resourcefulness. They only affect the bonuses. Is that whistling noise from your client? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the sound effects. I'll turn the sound effects off. There's a weird bug where the dragon riding speed whistle noise doesn't go away. Yeah. We'll turn sound effects off. So I'm just thinking how, like, you know, just how it's going to play out in the first couple of weeks. That people just physically are not going to be able to make these at super high quality for quite a while. Because these don't make any difference to your crafting skill. You're going to need a crafting skill of 300 before you can make the best quality things. You're going to just need to fulfill these work orders, get more points, learn more. Because even maxed out, look, even maxed out, the chainmail, for example, the best I can possibly do with this, best I can possibly do is a tier 3. I ain't never going to be able to do a tier 4 until I've got significantly more crafting skill. Which isn't going to come from actually pumping any more into here. If we boost this to max, then it's put the recipe up to 161 with the addition of this. This gives us more resourcefulness, a little bit more inspiration, and more resourcefulness. But primarily it will give us plus 20 skill overall. So if we max that out. So that's about as strong as we can make those chest pieces. And even currently, even fully speccing into chest pieces from the word go, you're still going to be capped at being able to make a tier 3 quality one. Even using one of these, which at that point you just wouldn't do. You can just about squeeze enough crafting skill after 51 points in leatherworking and maxing out your spec in that direction, putting as many points as you can in every node of the tree before this. You'll still only just be able to make it at tier 3 when you are technically only halfway to making the tier 5 quality ones. So people aren't going to be banging out tier 4, tier 5 quality ones of these straight away. Because I physically can't put any more points in that. What if we improve this one? Still only 151 on the chest piece, look. So people are going to be relatively capped at tier 3 quality crafted gear. For quite some time, I reckon. Because there's nothing more I can do here to make that better. Other than to maybe pick another... Adds recipe difficulty, adds item level to it. I mean, you're making the difficulty even more there. Where would you be able to spend knowledge to make that chest piece at a higher quality? If you did less leatherworking discipline, improve at leatherworking, gaining +1 crafting skill per point put in this spec. So if we were to learn this one, put some points in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that doesn't make sense. We put 5. Oh, did we get... Oh, hang on. Oh, we got +5 crafting skill when making patterns. And then we get +1 per each. So that's where 10 points came from. So actually... the only way to then make these chest pieces even better is to spec into a completely different specialization and throw more points in at the top. Can you use better materials? There's only one thing here that allows for better quality materials, and that's the adamant scales. We could go, instead of using the basic one, we could use the mid-tier one. That pushes it to 199, which still isn't quite tier 4. If we use tier 3 quality materials instead, that does then make a tier 4. So we can start to squeeze out tier 4 there. Throw in an essence of tier for another 30 points. We are getting close, look. Chain oil, if we add a chain oil in, that's only a few crafting points more. So with best quality materials here, we're getting closer to the, you know, the top quality. We'd have to then put more points. So in theory, if these points didn't exist and these points didn't exist, 30, 60, 70, 80, unlock this one, put 5 points in here, 85, another 5 points in here. This node gives us another +5, so that's going to give us +10 more, I reckon. 276, you're getting closer. You're going to need probably close to 100, 120 knowledge points before you can make a 5, you know, a 5 quality anything. Let's put another 10 points into that. 296. 296. Oh, Lord. Then you'd probably want, you know, you'd hopefully by that point fulfilled a few work orders, got a few more skill points from here. If you can get this up to 55. Is that pattern gone grey? No. Oh, now it's gone grey at 55. So boom. Now, at 270, you could, in theory... So what we've had to do is get this to 55 skill points. We've had to then spec 20 points into leatherworking discipline and max out chest pieces. So 30, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 points. 100 knowledge is what you're going to need before you can max craft any single piece of gear. And that's only with the addition of using one of these Essence of Tears as well. Because that's going to push your crafting skill to bang on 300. And then boom, hey presto, you make a 403 piece of gear. So the question then becomes is, well, how quickly are you going to get 100 knowledge? That's your barrier for making top quality single. Then that's one piece of gear, right? That's with you putting all your eggs in one basket. If you put all of your first 100 talent points or knowledge points, all of your first 100 points into chain shirts, you can make one piece of gear at the maximum quality. And you could, in theory, with 100 knowledge, corner that market. Anytime a chainmail, a red flame brush chainmail work order comes in and they want a tier 5 quality, you're the man. You're the one that's going to do it. But you can only do it with the accompaniment of one of these Essence of Tears. So you're still not going to be able to bang out work orders for those, because these Essence of Tears are a limited commodity. It's going to cost you then one of your artisan's metal every time you fulfill one of those work orders. Is a rank 5 403 better than adding the item to increase it to 413? Well, somebody could come along and they could add the Primal Infusion themselves. If they add the Primal Infusion through the work order, you're then going to need 30 more points, because that increases the difficulty of the recipe. So you're going to need to hunt down yet another 30, preferably another 60 crafting skill points. To be honest, this mechanic looks really bad and boring. It depends on how they gate it. It depends on how quickly you can get this tower knowledge. But it's definitely going to be a thing that you're going to have to think about where you want to put your points. For sure. But that's part of the fun for me as a crafter. I like that sort of stuff. But interestingly, dumping more points into other other branches of this tree didn't in any way, shape or form help you when making these. We had to go into an entirely separate tree to get the final points we needed. Still 270. Still 270, yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you do want to max out pieces of gear, you need to actually split your points across a multitude of different trees. Still locked? How's this still locked? I'll learn subspec. Gaining resourcefulness. Gaining inspiration. Crafting skill, but only on bows and professional accessories. Crafting skill, but only on reagents and armor kits. So let's just max this out. That gave us another sub-spec choice. So with 30 points in the main one there, you're still only at 280. You still can't make a primal infused one any better. You can make a tier 5, but it's going to cost you personally to do it. Tier 4 is going to be the default one. This is when you start wanting your inspiration to kick in. You want inspiration to kick in on those. But the problem is you're not going to craft it because it's bind on pickup. The only way you're going to sell these is through work orders. So we're going to have to see how work orders play out. You're not taking into account the inspiration. Well, yeah, you can't though, because it's not like I can craft 5 of these to get one to proc with inspiration and then fulfill the work order with that one, because then I've got 4 that I can't do anything with. It's bind on pickup. You can't just, continuously craft these. Your inspiration really only kicks in on stuff that you're either going to use yourself personally, or on sellable things. Unlock through specializing further in your profession. You still technically might not even be able to fulfill the work order that comes in, because if somebody comes along and says they want one of these with very specific stats on it, you can't customize the stats on it even. You need to then, how do you get the ability to customize the stats? How do you get to use... is that going to be in one of these ones? Uh, 20 multi-crafting wind drums, inspiration, resourcefulness, plus 5 crafting skill on elemental, on bestial, on decay. How do you even... Where do you even unlock the ability to use the optional reagents? Is it the end node in one of these? I think it's bugged at the moment. Saw Mr. GM and Towley have the same problem. Oh, I see. So maybe it should be unlocked, but it's just not. Did one of these claim to learn to use optional reagents to upgrade the item level on most male armor patterns? Finishing oil. Oh, yeah, see, this is the node that's meant to unlock it. Learn to use optional reagents to specify the secondary stats on many large chain... Yeah, okay, so it should be unlocked. Yeah. Yeah, it should have unlocked from this one. But it just doesn't right now. Okay, so that's not actually so much of a thing. You will be able to specify the secondary stats should an order come in that you need to do that with. But the... I think the balancing of this is actually quite good, This really does mean that if you want to make the best of the best stuff, you're going to have to, at least short term, you're going to have to really put in a shift. If you want to be first to the market, make it. And that's, like I said, only for one thing. If you want to be able to do the same for other items here, look. Why is our helmet 10, 20 points less? We got less. Oh, we've got less points in that. You're going to have to, like, slowly start chipping away at all of these. So now we've got 280 crafting skill in all of those. Use best quality materials. I think this is actually quite well balanced, Cuffs. Throw the same in there. That gives us the red flame banished cuffs. Apply. So for every additional 20 points you get after that first 100, if you can get that first 100 tower knowledge, leatherworking knowledge, 30, 60, 70, 80, hit skill 50, put 20, 30 in here, sorry. So what's that, 110? Your first 110 points will max out 1, and then for every 20 points thereafter, you can max out these before you have to sort of start the process again over this side. So these should be 280 crafting skill on all of these now. Yeah. I have a fear that the racials are going to be too big of an impact on this system. Can we somehow simulate... yeah, I'm going to need to level 2 characters to the exact same point to do an apples for apples test. But you're right, plus 50, if you get plus 15 skill points, that's also plus 15 crafting skill. Which is the difference between, you know, in some cases, if I was to throw this on here now, 15 skill points could be, depending on how quickly we get tower knowledge, I mean, that could in theory be like quite a significant advantage. Alright, let's right, more points over there. That's not changed any of this in any way. Red flame brush check. Okay. So another 20 points over there. Gives us the belt. We're slowly getting to the point where we can... Every 20 additional points we gain, we're adding another pattern to our repertoire. But interestingly, we're still only able to do them at top tier quality if we use our own Essence of Tier. Otherwise, it's, you know, tier 4 for you. None of the racials currently give leatherworking skill directly. There's only +5 to all professions from Kultiran. We're going to have Kultiran crafters then. +5 probably won't make all that much of a difference. Don't Drain Eye get +15 to jewel crafting though? That could be big. Am I going to have to roll jewel crafting just for? Am I going to have to roll Drain Eye just for jewel crafting purposes? I don't know if I can be bothered to min-max that hard. What do we feel the pacing-wise would be right with this? Based upon the fact that once we've got 100 points in... What did I say? 110... Well, 30, 60, 90 points. 90 points puts you in good standing to start unlocking certain items. And then by the time you hit 110 points, you can make something at best quality. But then it's an extra 20 points to unlock one extra item. Do we then sort of feel that 100, like, do we feel that like 20 knowledge a week is about where we think that they might try and balance it? Three a day. 3 a day, 7, 14, 21. Yeah. $20 a week would mean you'd have one item unlocked and maxed after 5 weeks. Nearly 6 weeks. On the 5th week... On the 5th week, which would arguably be the launch of the raid, if they release the raid a month after the game goes live, you could, in theory, make your chain shirts at well, any one of these, whichever one you choose. But you could then make one thing at the best quality by the 5th week, and then every week that goes past, you could add one more to your list of what you can make until after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks. You can make after. Why is there only 7 on that list? Oh, apply changes. After 8 weeks, after 8 additional weeks, you could then make the entire set. 2 additional months. So 3 months in, you could then eventually make everything. That would be arguably the first patch, right? The first 3 months of the expansion, you'd hope to have 10.1 ready to rock and roll. That seems relatively what I would expect Blizzard to pace it at. That would mean that the specialization kind of means something. It means enough that, you know, whichever direction, whichever one of these you pick, you know, it's a 1 in 8 chance. You're competing against only 1/8 of the rest of the leatherworkers. And obviously that's just for one. You know, you then add... This definitely means if you only get 3 a day, and that's the sort of pacing we'd expect to see, that definitely means you'd want 2 leatherworkers. You'd want a male crafter, and you'd want another leatherworker doing the exact same thing, going leather. You'd want to duplicate those up for sure. Interesting. I still don't really know what the flipping hell this primordial thing is, because none of this seems to indicate that it's gonna... Yeah, none of these seem to give an... none of those seem to teach you anything. If we... Oh, I can't even unlock this yet. Okay, so now I would have to fulfill some work orders to get some more skill points. When do I unlock the next thing? When do I get to choose to unlock... See, that's... Okay. That's also locking you out. Alright. Let's fake doing some work orders by banging out some of these to get some more skill points. What am I missing here? Sparks of Ingenuity. I'm going to need a bunch more of those, aren't I? What else am I going to need to make a bunch of those? I'm going to need these basic furs and more of them. Right, make some of these then. Are these level 70 bits of gear? They are as well. I wish this Radiant stuff, I wish this stuff would have like a set bonus to it. I really think that Blizzard should lean into this set bonus thing, because it means that people will strive towards collecting a set. And they'll then start to question that, right, well, that random drop that comes from the raid, you know, should I use that? Or should I strive to use another piece of crafted one for a set bonus sort of thing? Or maybe they want the raid gear to actually take preference, who knows? Anyway, let's make a few of these, gain a few skill points. Quality 4. Quality 4. Hey, we got an inspiration proc and made a quality 5. 403 item level. From 308 agility up to 317. So yeah, plus not 3 item levels is the equivalent of plus 9 main stat. Will this break TSM? Yes. Very definitely. Absolutely 100%. But with another 5 points here, after fulfilling potentially 5 work orders of your chosen pattern, you're then at 285, reducing the need to make these things, to use these things. Still need to do 15 more work orders though. What are we missing? We're missing large amounts of primal chaos to make more of these. Give me some primal chaos. I wonder when these are going to go yellow. Quality 4, quality 4, quality 4. Can we get a proc? Hey, we got a proc. We made a quality 5. Where's our quality 5 one? There it is. Still orange, which is good. Still do not have the ability to really go much further. This is maxed out. +1. Improve at getting more out of your crafting reagents. +1 resourcefulness. Resourcefulness refunds 5% more materials when crafting leatherworking patterns. I suppose at this point then, whilst you're still looking to... You could either... this becomes the question. Do you just spend your tower knowledge after that? If you get to the point where you've completed this tree, you're 3 months into the patch, you've completed this, you've got a few points in here. What do you do then? Do you choose to just spend some points in these ones? Or do you start pooling your points until you can get enough work orders fulfilled? If you can get to 75 off fulfilling work orders on these, you can then in theory pick another spec up here. You can pick one of these then, right? So let's do another 5 of these, see when we can get these to go yellow. Two procs. So we're at 70, they're still orange. We're only 5 points away now from being able to guarantee a skill 5. So you need to find 5 more work orders to fulfill. At this point, if you can get to skill 75... Oh, they're still orange at 75. That's good. Now at skill 75, with 30 points over here, and these maxed, you can guarantee any one of these at quality 5 without the need of using finishing reagents. And in theory, we now unlock another Spec Tree. So now you can either do the same as what you've done before, but for leather instead of mail. Now, I can't argue, there's a very, very strong likelihood that you'll just run 2 leather workers, one to do leather, one to do chain. But what the hell is primordial leatherworking? Go. Improve at primordial leatherworking, gaining +1 crafting skill when crafting elemental, bestial, and decay leatherworking. Patterns. We don't have any of those patterns. These still have the same crafting skill. Maybe there's that's leather. Maybe we're going to discover these patterns out in the world somewhere. And it's these what are considered With recrafting, you could cheese it slightly. Craft a quality 1 item, recraft it to 2, then to 3 for a skill up each time. Cheaper than crafting a full item each time. We don't actually know how recrafting is going to work though. Utilizing recrafting is also going to use these things, the artisan's metal. An invaluable reagent with a myriad of uses, including for recrafting Dragon Isle's crafting equipment. So doing that is going to use a limited resource item. So I like your thought, but I think that might also be a loophole that's kind of plugged already. This is maxed out, which means there's no more mail patterns that we're going to just learn through specking. So all of these actually must just come from somewhere out in the world. The patterns for these are going to drop from somewhere, and at this moment in time, who knows where. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 recipes here. Feet, is there 1 for each slot? Feet, legs, boot, oh no, 2 for feet. 2 pairs of boots, shoulders, gloves, helm, 3 pairs of boots, and a waist. Okay. Okay. Where these patterns come from, no idea. But my guess is that this is what they consider to be the primordial patterns. And these are all, once again, bind on pickup. Meaning that it's going to be the responsibility of the crafter to go get the pattern. But anybody that then wants one of these, it's going to come through the work order system. And of course, there's then the PvP set that we don't know. The PvP set we're going to be able to sell, though. Don't know where the PvP set comes from, though. But we will be able to sell it, because the PvP set is bind on equip. It seems to be relatively low item level in comparison though. 270. Maybe this is going to be your 270 feels really low anyway. We're going to step foot into Dragonflight with more than 270. I mean, this is tagged as placeholder, so this is probably still to be determined. Interestingly, the bows we need to spec into, right? We need to spec into this to unlock the bows, I think. The weapons. Learn to craft the bow of the dragon hunters. Yeah, one of the bows we learn from here. Fang Adornments, what are these? Fang Adornments. Oh, that's the optional reagent. Dealing damage with physical abilities and attacks has a chance to deal additional physical damage. Oh god, that becomes very desirable. So primordial leatherworking is going to be weapons, it's going to be optional reagents. Flaring cowl. One random oddball leatherworking helm. That feels very weirdly placed. Very oddly placed, considering that's probably a bear tank helm, right? It's leather, and it does AoE damage every 3 seconds. It's got to be bear tank's helm, right? And finally, a ball of toxic gunk. Another optional reagent. Used with Dragon Owl's crafted gear to imbue it with the power of decay. What did it also... A Wither Rot Tome. Which is... Oh, another weapon. Okay. Oh, an offhand. Okay, this one feels odd. This one feels like it needs work doing on it. This gives you the optional reagents, the weapons, and a couple of oddball bits of gear. Certainly not something that I feel that people will probably spec into straight away. People will pick either mail or leather. That's going to be their priority, to be able to look at making this set, either for mail or for leather. Unless you put all your eggs in one basket, going into primordial leatherworking, and then plan on crafting and selling the optional reagents. And maybe the weapons. Maybe this one weapon. Maybe you're hoping that every hunter's going to replace their bow with one of these. Have they added the new armors to the transmog tab? I think they have. It does state here that I haven't collected this appearance, so I believe they have. Or at least they plan to. What was the item called? Although the flaring cowl doesn't have. Seems they have with some, but maybe not all of them. You haven't collected this appearance. That one doesn't state anything. Yeah, I think that's a little bit work in progress. Yeah, this one feels a bit odd. Feels a bit of a kind of like a, you know, just... This kind of feels like, right, what can we... You know what this feels like? This very much feels like, okay, leatherworking and armor makes perfect sense as specializations, and then a general leatherworking one. We need one more. You know, in the design... In the design of this, they were like, right, we need one more spec for leatherworking. What can we, you know, throw together to justify a 4th spec for leatherworking? That's kind of how this feels. Not really something that is going to be, you know, the main thing that people are going to go for. But, yeah, okay. Just a miscellaneous stuff. Yeah, it's just other stuff. You know, a couple of optional reagents, Couple of weapons. This thing is where you're going to get the ability to make your drums more effectively. You're going to make your armor kits more effectively. So that makes sense. They're like almost markets in and of their own. Plus, this is your ticket to be. This is going to be your ticket to being able to make this gear at the max quality without disgusting amounts of effort. By the time you get 75 skill points, you basically get to about 50 and it stops. From 50 to 75, you're going to pretty much have to fulfill work orders. You're going to need 25 work orders to do this. Am I dropping frames? No. No, everything's good my side. From 50 to 75, 25 points. You can probably get 50 to 55, maybe making some of these essences with your artisan metal. Leatherworkers don't actually appear to have too much use for these. In fact, saying that, the only real use of these artisans metal for leatherworking is going to be in making these plus 30 bonuses. And then the profession gear. That's actually, you know, that's what I feel. That feels a lot like what a third spec should be about. Is about making the profession gear. There wasn't anything. There wasn't anything in this that sort of focused towards the profession gear, even though. Yeah, this needs a bit of a rework. This tree needs a bit of a rethink. This could be more focused on... This could clearly be more focused on the crafting of the profession gear. Because there's no real use for these artisans metals right now outside of these, which you will then utilize. You'll need 25 of these to make sure that you can guarantee 5-star... Or sorry, 5... tier 5 quality crafts of these, because you're gonna, every time a work order comes in, the work order is gonna come in, people are gonna want the top quality one. Your only way to do it before you hit 75 skill points is going to be by using one of these. As soon as you hit 75 skill points though, you can get away with not using these anymore. So you basically need 25 of these fellas, the artisans metal. And the only real use for those is going to be in making this gear or the profession gear. Of which the profession gear also seems to be, we make the basic stuff. We learn how to make the basic stuff through the trainer. But the advanced profession gear stuff is clearly going to be, I would imagine, some sort of rep gating of these to make it so that people can't too quickly have access to the top quality crafting professions, making it so that everybody has a really good incentive to buy the green ones and then upgrade them to the blue ones eventually. Savage bow, we don't know where that comes from. Okay. Leatherworking seems to have actually had a lot more thought put into it. There's a couple of things that definitely still need improvement. Generally, I think leatherworking is not too bad. It's nice to see that they really have thought about the, you know, the progression path, how this quality thing's going to play out. A lot of answers will happen when we see the work order system properly, though. Can you learn multiple trees at a time? Yeah. After you've got 25 skill points in the profession, you unlock one, which presumably you'll probably pick either leatherworking or chain, and you'll start putting your knowledge points into that. Once you hit 50 skill points, which for the most part you can do from trainer recipes, so you should be able to get to 50 quite quickly and easily. Then you unlock a second one, of which it makes sense to go leatherworking discipline. because you're going to need to put 30 points in here if you plan on making top quality pieces of gear. You're going to need 30 points here. Then you need to probably fulfill 25 work orders for these bits of gear. Once you've fulfilled 25 work orders for these, you'll have 75 skill points. You'll then be able to unlock either leather if you chose male or vice versa, or then presumably primordial, and start filling out the rest of the tree just with, you know, fluff basically. But it definitely feels like you're going to want one leather worker doing leather, one leather worker doing mail. And if you really care about the optional reagents and stuff, maybe in this area. The optional reagents, actually, I wonder when you craft the optional reagents, whether they're auction houseable. Where was it? These Fangs of Adornments. Why can't I craft any of these? Dry gate scales. So Fang Adornments, are those auction houseable? I'm just wondering if those don't become auction houseable. Yeah, so you can put the optional reagents on the auction house. And they're a commodity item. And these are going to be considered commodity items by the looks of things. So you are... Yeah, you are... If I go to buy Fang... Yeah. So these are considered commodity items. So you're not going to need to worry too much about these. Because as long as somebody in the entire region specs in that direction, you're fine. Buy them off the auction house when you need them. Take the hit in gold. Which means my general advice would be to probably not take this. Because as long as somebody out there makes the optional reagents for you, you're fine. Because you can just buy those. Sure, it locks you out of being able to make that weapon. It locks you being able to fulfill the work orders for that one bow. But, you know, it's one bow. I would rather give myself the opportunity to make 8 different bits of gear than put all my eggs into one bow, which is still bind on pickup, which you're still going to have to fulfill work orders for, which still doesn't guarantee that you're going to actually be able to make significant gold off it. Yeah. Yeah. Chain armor. Bang some points in this. Unlock leatherworking. Bang 30 points in this. Your first 30 points, to be fair, might want to go into this. Because this just is a flat 30 skill points across the board. And let's not forget, all of this will change by the time it goes live. So this is kind of not super valuable, but I'm just doing this hypothetically. Alright, well that's leatherworking then. That kind of makes sense to me. We can, I suppose, for the purpose of completion, could potentially sell a lot of those optional reagents early on, though. Oh, you could. You could. It depends what you what you prefer, I suppose. I mean, you could equally sell an awful lot of, you know, armor kits and drums if you put points in this way. It's not, this isn't a cookie cutter. This is cookie cutter if you want to be selling the gear. And I tend to prefer to sell gear than commodity items. Because, you know, the optional reagents, they're going to be a region-wide thing. Your armor kits are going to be region-wide. Your drums are going to be region-wide. Your competition on these is going to be vast. Whereas at least the armor, if you go spec into armor, you're only competing with other people on your server. And I tend to feel that gear is, well, it depends, doesn't it, right? Because it depends on just how, you know, is this gear going to be good enough that people are going to go and put work orders in for it? You know what's really dog shit is if you kind of spec in one direction and then there's no work orders for it. Nobody actually wants that piece of gear. You're kind of hard stuck until you just make enough knowledge to spec in a different direction. And on the basis that it feels like, you know, sort of 20 knowledge points a week would allow you to unlock one of these a week, making the wrong choice at the beginning. If you choose, you know, if you go and you choose boots, nobody wants boots. If you can't fulfill, or you're on a smaller realm, nobody wants the boots. If you can't fulfill those 25 work orders, that's going to be your bottleneck, really. You need those first 25 work orders to get 75 skill in the profession. As fast as you can get them, really. As fast as you can humanly get them. Now, it's going to be a few weeks of, you know, grinding knowledge, but you want this as fast as possible, because then you won't have to use your own finishing reagents. Alrighty. Okay. That's to be honest, that's probably about as much detail as I want to go into leatherworking. We've done another really good job of spending an entire stream on one profession. What I really need to do is put some of this information down on paper, because otherwise I run the risk of forgetting everything. More importantly, I need to put some of this down in video form, in short video form. I really do not want to make 45-minute long videos for each profession, although I very easily could do. Because going into this much detail is probably a fool's task, because by the time we get into beta and by the time we get into live, it's probably going to be completely different. But the concept behind it all is pretty good, I think. Generally, overall, if I was to give leatherworking, I'd give it a solid 7 out of 10. There's still definitely a few things that feel weird. They look to have done a good job so far of balancing the rarity thing. Sorry, the quality thing. It's going to have to be, you know, tier 4 is going to be achievable by a little bit of speccing. Weirdly, you have to spec quite deep into it before you can even craft the pattern in the first place. You're almost never going to be able to make quality 1s and 2s of these, because by the time you've got the recipe, you've specced in far enough to make like 3s and 4s by default. Maybe they'll tweak and tune that a little bit, but it seems to be that if you want to make tier 5 quality 1s of these, you really are going to have to sort of min-max and at least get 75 points in your profession. Well, at least 50, but preferably 75. The trees feel a bit odd. This tree feels a bit odd. This definitely feels as if it could have a few more branches and a little bit more value added to it. If you put profession gear in this, the ability to make profession gear better in this, that then really adds a lot of value to this, I think. But as it stands currently, it feels a bit odd. Because, well, until of course we know where we get all of these extra recipes from. If we find out where all of these extra recipes comes from, And if it's quicker and easier to get these patterns than it is to put points in these, then there might be an argument for going this one first. Even it's hard to tell. We still don't know enough, unfortunately. Are the recipes not the same for heroic mythic level gear by the addition of an additional reagent? Yeah, when you craft the item, you've got infused with power. That's where you can add a primal infusion, which bumps it from a flat rate of 393 to 403. That takes it up to 406 to 416. And there's even a bigger one, which adds plus 50 recipe difficulty, which takes it from 419 to 429. So that's probably your normal heroic mythic. If you want one at mythic quality, your... we don't know where the distilled primal infusion comes from. We know where the primal infusion comes from. You get a primal infusion by converting 100 primal chaos. So there's a good chance that the raid bosses will drop primal chaos. Raiders will have to collect them. They are going to need 40 to make the piece of gear in the first place. If they then want they're then going to need to save up 100 of them to make a primal infusion to get the heroic version, and then we'll find out how the distilled primal ones turn up, how these are made eventually. But all of this is going to be the emphasis of... This is going to be on the emphasis not of the crafters, this is going to be on the emphasis of the raiders themselves. Or mythic pluses. The likelihood is that your mythic plus dungeons will drop these primal chaos as well. Don't know how they'll do the distribution of these in Mythic Plus, because of course you can continuously run Mythic Plus, whereas you can only kill a single raid once a week. I'm sure they can limit it to, you know, the same amount. You can gain the same amount through Mythic Plus as you can through raiding. What I hope, for the sake of raiders, what I hope is the case is that if you gain them from the raid, you then can't gain them from Mythic Plus or vice versa, so that people don't feel obliged to min-max their Primal Chaos via having to do Mythic Plus or having to do the raid to double the quantity that they get. But probably just be a weekly cap on them. Maybe. Yeah, they could put them in, you know, they could put them in the Great Vault. They could do a bunch of stuff with them to make them, you know, to limit the quantity of them. But this is the, you know, these are going to be put forward in the work orders by the raiders themselves. It's the crafter's responsibility is going to be the basic materials here, I would assume, and obviously having the crafting skill to be able to make it at the tier of quality that the work order requests. There's not really going to be much reliance on the crafter to get these components. We don't know anything about these sparks of ingenuity either yet, by the way. Just straight up required reagent for crafting high level gear. But these are needed, you know, all over the place. So yeah. But I think I'm going to leave it there for today. That's nearly 5 hours of focus again on the professions and bits and pieces. So tomorrow, what day is it tomorrow? Tomorrow's, well, actually, bearing in mind on when my stream schedule is, tomorrow we may or may not have the new alpha patch when I do the stream. We may still have the same alpha patch tomorrow. If we get a new alpha patch, I will probably stream. I'm very tempted to take tomorrow off from streaming. Quite simply because I need to put some time and effort into playing catch up with some YouTube videos for this sorts of stuff. And I can't lie, I tend to I tend to only be able to do one or the other. If I stream for 5 hours, it becomes very difficult to also spend more time YouTubing. I tend to only have time to do one or the other, so we'll see. Stay tuned on the Discord. I'll let you guys know on Twitter what's going on either way. But I'm going to go get some food. Thank you all for joining today. If you haven't already, hit that follow button. If you're watching this as a VOD format on YouTube, hit that sub button. And I will catch you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.